This is recorded very early in the morning, 1:28 a.m. Literally right after. You have to keep listening, so that's a thing. What am I thinking about? Well, I still try to make that fusion reaction work for the longest time. You have no idea. I was like swirl, 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 and then mush into the center. And then how the fuck do I get it to superposition? You don't. Not that way. Like for a quasi-particle fusion reactor, way simpler. Like, yeah, no, it's certain small spots. Very easy to do. Big old thing like that. I don't do that. I don't need that. I have that much pressure. I have that much heat. It's not needed. But this, it's fucking stupid. Really, it's stupid. I hate this thing. Really, I've never managed to get it work. I'm not kidding. Never, never. I have never managed to get it to work. Wait, what? It's too often. It goes too far. It's temperamental. At the least. Like the least. Like small amount. Very nothing of actual fusion. It doesn't allow for small fusion. It allows for big, hyper efficient amounts of fusion. All of a sudden, big explosive. It's explosive every time. Which, all I need to do is make an engine turn into it's a fusion bomb. Yeah. Really? It is though. Like literally 3 of these timed the right way. Fusion bomb expands to other fusion bombs trying to fuse. Goes fuse right around the times they fuse. That pushes fusion initial bomb in. I have lots of steel. It's in an engine compartment. Sounds normal engine. Go big boom. Big huge boom. Like few gigatons, I mean like 100 gigatons, couple hundred. Because, like, right around that time, pistons come outwards, and then star charger set up, and more, bomby bomb fusion stuff, and then that compresses the initial metal, and then the outsides, which then compress metal further, and then now those bomby bombs start spreading and resisting against, steel housing, uh, you know, uh, the engine bay in general, then like that causes very increased fusion of, like, you got your oxygens, you got your nitrogens, your carbons, you got some hydrogens, you got some like steel, which reflects back towards, big plasma, jiggle, 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 lots of more fusion, heat dumps in, big boom, boom. No nova though, kinda. Nova is occurring. It's breaking down very, 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 very problematic too compressed steel, which is really iron, but carbon then compresses many, many small bits of like hyper compressed plasma, iron, much heat. I get to a big limit, but it doesn't want to limit. It reflects off many novas. Many novas all amplify together. Massive amounts of neutrons. Neutrons increase fusion rate. Gamma ray pressure radiation. Then big nova, but not really a nova. More like conversion. See, like neutrons and electrons and protons up the wazoo, too much heat, too much energy. That creates more hydrogen. Hydrogen want to fuse, more bomb. And then bigger bomb. Very, very efficient bomb. Hyper efficient bomb. And then I still get like, gamma ray, radiation, neutron bomb extraordinaire. It's big, big. Then 100 gigaton, like couple hundred, in the 300, 330 gigaton bomb range. Very fast too. Extremely big. Very fast. Extremely fast, big boom. Way faster than it should ever be. Way bigger than it should ever be. But it's all about the breakdowns of the quantums and the pressures and the fusions, which is super efficient at doing, so. Big boom. Huge boom. Problematic huge boom. It's literally like, piston aircraft, what are you doing? Boom! I have now killed everyone, really, in a fucking massive city. Like 330 fucking gigatons. And it's like, actually, it should be higher than gigatons. I just don't know what's bigger than gigatons. It should be the one step above gigatons, 330 range. I just don't know what that is. I'm being conservative because I don't know the fucking number. So, how big? So, okay, that's a huge bomb. That's why it's like, I can't really make that. It's always a big bomb. Really? That's really what that is. But it's like, I do figure out a workaround. Really? Yeah, a workaround. But it's like a very weird thing. Basically just before the fusion, I'm firing in like a bunch of carbon. Like a bunch of carbon and air. So it drops from the plasma, and then like it's very hot gas, very dense. But like, then it doesn't have the ability to, because it breaks down the quantum tunnel, and then it's like, so it basically capture most of the fusion into a bunch of things. Still, like regular gas, it's some fused, much less has fused. I have another difficult problem. I've made another type of bomb. Really, it's not a dirty bomb. It's just a bomb. It's just a big bomb. And so it's like, I can contain this with thicker and thicker tubes. And I can put just a fuck ton, what the hell? Really? I'm like, air on the sides, just air, fucking just shove air in by the time you keep the exhaust, shove air in, go. And it's like, does it work? And it's like, yeah, it's a little, works. I have to basically leave it alone for a very long time. I have to slowly bleed small amounts of exhaust to keep it bouncing. But it's not a workaround. It's a bomb. It's an actual bomb, yeah. No, it's a heavy as fuck, too. It's very difficult to design. It is still temperamental. Like, seriously. And I have to have the fastest switches ever. Like, it's not. I'm over embellishing. But it's like, it's really fast switching and like high hydraulic pressures. And like, I still have to keep that heat there, which I have to cool. Like, I don't care what anyone says, I have to cool the heat that's in that center. And so, like, I have a huge amount of, like, cooling, high pressure water, very high flow rate, very, like, just jacketed around that center. And it's, like, just barely able to work. But it does capture fusion above the Q. But it's not really a fusion engine. It's more of a bomb engine. But I'm using a small amount of fusion to make a bomb. So, it's a bomb engine. It's just not okay. Like, the reason why is because, like, I'm actually technically not creating that much fusion. Like, it's literally still past the limit where it should be. And the only reason why it works is because it's a fucking big, ginormous beast. Like, you should see the tube. Remember those steel pucks and everything? It's kind of similar. Like, legitimately. It's like, oh, yeah, no, this is, like, basically very difficult to actually do. And it's like, yeah, no, that's putting it mildly. Really? Yeah, because I had to develop a literal metamaterial to do this to have on the inside of the tube. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So it's like, it's not about heat, it's about creating the electromagnetics and spiking them and then firing the particle accelerators. Because I've got water where they're now at. So I have to, like, stick it in between, like, all this other stuff. And then I have to, with the electromagnetics, yeah. Yeah. Which, that was a whole other thing. Remember the fucking tube thing with the bullet going through it and, like, the very fast thing, with the rail copper coil thing, Yeah. Yeah, I have to make particle accelerators that use a version of that. Really? Yeah, a version. I have a version of that. It's like, boom, fired at each other. Very precisely. Because, like, if you don't know, particle accelerators are usually not stupidly precise. So it's like, how did you do that? I didn't know. I'm not doing that. I have inertial confinement lasers. Why would I increase luminosity when I have the ability to basically lens them with a bunch of inertial confinement lasers in a ring? Hey, you, particles, stick closer together over here. Go boom. Using lasers. Say, I'm not fucking increasing. That's insanely stupid. I would never do that. I'll fix it there. Why? Because it's insanely hard to do that at that point. But there it's really easy. It's already going to travel pretty much where it's going to be. And it's like, all I have to do is just change it a little. Like delta V, over time, but, like, it's not delta V over time, but it's really just, like, a change over time alters itself correctly. For, like, they do with the astronaut people. They're like, oh, we're off our inclination, so it's time to correct that. Burn. Oh, what do you know? I got you, and we're corrected. Suck it. Suck it, suck it, suck it. Suck it, suck it, suck it. Suck it, suck it, suck it. But it works really well. It just also is incredibly heavy. It's like, I can't make this as an engine. I can't do that. I can't make that an engine. That's impossible. Like, legitimately, it's actually possible. Like, it's too heavy. It's like, yeah, no, that's like stupidly too heavy. But for a generator, that's pop it over there, I'm done. I got like a steam area. It's a turbine thing. I got like crankshaft. That's fucking like electromagnetics. You know, like with like generator things, like motor thing, generator thing. It's highly efficient. Truthfully, if I'm being honest. Really? Oh yeah, no. Once I get the heat, it's just like forever. It's so annoying. Really? Oh yeah, it just takes forever. You have no idea. Because it's like, oh yeah, no. Once I get to a certain like speed, it's like, oh yeah, no, time to create, all the fucking, explosive thing, detonation stuff. More new one. Let's exhaust for a second. And that's really what it is. It's like every so often fusion, absorb the heat, absorb the kinetic energy to, very efficient electricity generation. And then it's just too heavy. Like, I mean, it's a fuck you heaviness. And it's a bomb if you do it in any other way. If any parts mix incorrect, I mean this like they mix incorrectly, not really, but kinda, like at the wrong time. I have a bomb. It's like, oh, boom, fuck, everything blew up. Big heavy steel doesn't do the nova, but like you do like a decent fusion, and it's like mostly contained. So I have bullets traveling way too fast that now shotgunned way too much that are now very hot, and god, out to both ends, traveling near light speed, in the 50% range. It's a very dangerous engine, which is really more generator. It's a generator. It's no engine. You could run it, I suppose, at certain things. I don't know why we would ever fucking trust that. This would be down underground, away from everything. It should be legitimate. You should use it, but it's like, okay. I don't know if I really want that anywhere near anything. Oh, God. Yeah. But that's the reason why, like, the tube bomb I talked about is super easy to make. It's like, it's just accelerational mass. And if I wanted to orders of magnitude this, which I don't need to do, but sure, why not? Let's orders of magnitude and make it, like, basically extremely high efficiency, fusion. Which is like, hey, guess what? I don't need to, like, do what you think I need to do. Here's, like, a center with pucks in between. Crankshaft, but it's gears, really. But is it gears? Do I need that there? Huh. Anyways, fusion starts here. Fusion heads towards the center. With a new combustion fusion area. Big pressure, big fusion. Double fusion, very efficient. Much higher pressures. Oh no! Radiative vap pressures. Oh no! More fusion. More reflectivity. More! Neutron Schwarzschild limit. Oh god, there's more neutron like nearly there. But actually, no, I did get there. It was a neutron star matter for a little while. And then broke open with the force of 1,000,000. Not really. Over embellishing. But like, not really, actually. Kinda not. Like, neutron stars, really problematic. Like, a single tablespoon, or teaspoon, sorry. Little, drop it. Explosions. Like, big gigaton explosions. Even if it has the weight. of a mountain, its explosive potential is far greater. Massive. Which is a problem. Because I basically create little, but not actually that little. I create a literal skin, a sphere, pretty decently perfect sphere almost. It's not perfect, but like it's pretty good. You know, it's not perfect, but it's pretty decent looking sphere. Anyways, point is, it's a shit ton in the center, like at this little tiny area. You know, for that little limit. You know, and it's for a brief amount of time. But the sphere is really where it holds its own for a while, because as it goes outwards, that rebounds inwards, which creates that little tiny, like, you know, atom p, you know, roughly, and then like that's such a huge, massive difference. It's like, yeah, because you know it causes another issue where it's like, oh, I was formed, I now accelerated too fast, I now pushed against that. Oh no, I formed something new. It's like, is it a black hole? And I'm like, no black holes, sorry. But like, it's definitely quark gluon fusional matter stuff. You know, like kind of like the core of what a neutron magnetar. Because at that point, electromagnetism has occurred and conservation of momentum has started, which has created electromagnetic fields, high potential because of very, very high relativistic speeds, which compresses everything really hard. But not to mention neutron stars, which have a real magnetic potential, electromagnetic, yeah. And so it's like, more. Holy crap. Oh, boom. I'm falling in. I've now increased the prayer. Boom. Huge, too big boom. Too many boom. Too stupid large boom. I kill planet, solar system boom. It's too big. It's stupid. I don't know why anyone would ever use it. Do you get like the thing to move? No. It's not kinetic because of that bomb. You know, because they don't have the breakdown of nuclear forces. No. I still have nuclear force, and everything's just a really, really efficient explosive. Just a big, massive one. Like, huge. Like, really too big. Which that one's still also too big. That one's also too big. Actually, everything I created is too big. But this one's like, oh, it's the size of us. It's an Earth-sized, literal fusion ball, you know, plasma thing. And lots of neutrons, still. Less gamma rays now, which is nice, but, you know, might as well be the same amount, because, you know, still would kill all of you. And same thing with the neutrons. So that's nice. And way higher heats now. Instead of, like, conversion to kinetic, which is like, oh, I just transferred all my kinetics to you, so now you're, like, firing off at, like, stupid speeds. This one's not like, now just heat. Lots and lots of heat. Rain down plasma everywhere. Now you have plasma. I blew off your entire atmosphere, then turned it into plasma with how much heat there is. And then now I'm a part of your atmosphere. I'm just atmosphere plasma. Now it's still got a lot of kinetic, but it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, literally, it's like, oh, now it's mostly a shit ton of iron and all this other stuff. And it's all because of that stupid neutron material. It really is. Like, it's like that stupid neutron material hyper amplified effects. Because it, like, basically just grabs and turns the atmosphere into its own style of fusion, you know, for a bit. Yeah. And then it's like, oh, but by the way, it's densifying that fusion for a while. I literally and by the way, it's so fast, it doesn't matter. That's the problem. Like it does it. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm now the size of the Earth, fireball, plasma, fucking sun thing. Then I'm like, and I'm there, and essentially, like what would be the equivalent of around 99.2% the speed of light. You know, that size. So it's like once it goes off, it's like everything's happening incredibly fast. Once it sets off, it's big, huge, too big, too fast, too much. I convert neutrons to more hydrogens. You know, like it's very, very efficient. Iron has no longer been iron for a while. I fissiled it with the amount of shit that I did back down into like things that can now fuse. I just break it down, fuse. More quarks, please. Quarkity quarks. Which, like, that's a whole neutron thing. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, no, but see, it's really good. Really? Oh yeah, no, it's hyper efficient. It is the single greatest efficiency design there would ever be for a fusion bomb. Like that other one, like the two, 10, 20 pound or 20 kilo designs for bomb is like not that efficient. It's really just conversion materials, and rates, and then like I get a fuck you style of bomb. I think I'm basically converting most of it into fuck you levels of energy. Instead of like, oh, I get that, I get I've now shot you nearly at the speed of light. You're also a protostar now, which is really just about a collapsing, exotic material, particle, weak interacting force shit thing. And I just need the right amount of energy to start the process to make it such that it's such a runaway it can't be stopped without anything. So, and then the other one, it's like, well, it's small bomb, right? It's just an engine. It's whatever. And it just pops up. It's like the size of the moon, man. The size of a fucking moon. But like almost no time. Again, it's like it's there, the size of a moon, and like it's slower. It's only 95% roughly. It's 94.78% the speed of light. And it's not as efficient for what it's worth. But it's still really good. Yeah. Which is like a single car using that would destroy an entire planet. It's a planet killer, actually. Like it's like, oh yeah, no, it's not a planet killer. It's a planet killer. Like it rips off atmosphere. Like it'll come back, but it doesn't matter because it's like there's so much reflective. Because it's like if it's at the ground, it basically creates a reflective wave that goes up and then like fires off most of its energy up. But like actually, it can't do that because there's plasma in the way. So it fires it back down, and it kind of oscillates as it spreads, creating more fusion, creating more speed, creating more wrapping around, and then eventually blooms up to where it can't actually do it anymore. And now it's the size of a fucking moon. But by that point, you would have gone past our, idea of the round Earth thing, with the over the horizon effect. And so like it actually creates like a stupidly large, dense thing that's now going to spread. And like as it spreads, that pressure wave, which it's now not really a pressure wave. It's a pressure wave, but like, is that a pressure wave? Could you call that accelerational, like explosive wave? That's like not fusion. It's not a fusion. It's still hot. It's still fucking like way too fast. It's actually faster than like Mach like 12, well past 25 really, if I'm being honest, for a long time, as it spreads and circles the earth and like wants to basically skip off, but then it's creating that own oscillatory effect as it compresses. And it's like over here on the opposite side of wherever the hell it happened to be, within like a few seconds they get killed because of the massive increase of pressure. Just like, ugh. No way to breathe, no way to, it's, you literally just murder them. But it's like, alright, boom, okay, cool, boom, you're dead for sure. The atmosphere is gone by that point. Like in a few fucking like seconds, like 30 seconds, we're talking, it's gone, it's off. It's actually gone. But it's like, look, this plasma is now heading back towards Earth. It's still got gravity. With all of its radioactive, which is mostly not, but still a little. Most of the neutrons, there's still a shit ton of, like gamma ray, which killed everyone anyways. Like, I don't care what anyone says, all of the gamma ray killed you. Like, it passed through that, right? You're dead. You are dead. And not to mention the neutrons, which are passing through that Earth and there's enough of them, it's more than easy to say you're dead. But, like, you also have the plasma cloud coming over. And then it's like, oh, but not just plasma cloud. What? What is that? Oh my god, no! There's a sudden increased amount of heat, and also a chunk of the Earth just got ripped off, like, of the planet, which is now on the opposite side, and then the fucking other side over here, where fucking exploded, it then lifts up, and then both of them slam back down on the Earth. Through the hot, dense plasma. That's like definitely near the core surface, core temperature of the sun. By the time it spread, that's how hot this fucker got. And then it's like, alright, then we have extremely high velocity asteroids, effectively, really, that are going to melt the entire planet into a magma. And then the air, luckily enough, it's still around, it didn't go away, so it's going to slowly come back. Cooling off that plasma, making raindrops of incredibly hot, very heavy material just onto you. And then it's like, right, and I should have slowed the Earth's rotation just a little. Really, pushed it a little bit too. It all depends, right? Because like you're hitting it, and it's like, I basically forced for a moment in time for you to basically deal with this. As like, that's a resistive force to your, full-on rotation. So, like, it's got to slow down. But it's like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I got you. Air is going to cool it off and solidify everything. So you should be entombed in a nice, wonderfully, incredibly hot surface crust. All your water is just hydrogen and oxygen now. Hoping to form, oh, that's a lot of extra heat for a long time. Yeah, you got it. As they exothermically react, that kind of thing. Oh, and then it's like, oh, guess what? Compression, conservation of momentum. You'll get back there. You'll get back there to your rotational speed of the Earth. It'll just be smaller. Which creates exactly volcanic earthquake activity. It's gonna suddenly spew forth a lot of magma. Like lots of magma. Lots of earthquakes. Ah! You know what I mean? Like lots of stuff like that's happening. Pretty much. Yeah, wow. And it's like, oh yeah, no. But I'll do you one better with literally only 3 of these instead of 6. I create bigger and even worse effects. Because it's like, atmosphere's not coming back. Yeah, go away. Atmosphere is not happening. No, it's gone. All of the water is evaporated and gone, by the way. Trailing behind you, big old comet of water. There's no crust anymore. Then it's like, oh, by the way, you're so hot that you're actually compressing yourself. Because, like, you've reduced density because of that heat. And then it's like, all right, all things, okay, and then, hey, guess what? That core is the only thing you got, by the way. Yeah, and it's like, that's now basically just a denser magma. But it's like, then it like, definitely is trying to squeeze. And it just got a knock from a huge bomb. Which causes a fissile reaction, by the way, because there's a lot of neutrons, there's a lot of heavy elements there, and like it's just gonna break it open. It's pretty brittle, but it's like fusion, fissile. It's now compressing. It's now still creating a little bit of that. It's now got all this other stuff, and it's now boom. Takes a little bit of time. It's like half a day or something, but boom! Now it's actually effectively the largest nuke that we'll ever make. Not as efficient, but like it's genuinely a fusion fissile bomb that spreads everything out, and nothing can now form really, because most of it got accelerated out so fast that. Most of it is not in any way within the Earth's orbital zone. Instead, you shotgun exploded the entirety. Like Venus, if it gets hit by something, it's getting hit by something. It killed all the life. Venus is not gonna have life. Mars neither. And nothing's gonna have life here from us. It's just gone. It's just really what that is. Huge chunks too. Traveling near light speed for those bigger chunks, we're talking about 25 to 50% the speed of light, roughly within that range and zone. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. And then the smaller chunks definitely like nearer that light, like an 80, 60 to 80, and then smaller, we're hitting 90. So it's real dead. There's no anything other than dead. But, you could just have a protostar. Protostar sounds fine. Because it's like, well, at least we still have a planet somehow shot through space that's traveling near light speed. Yeah. No sun to warm you, but don't worry. You're hot, alright. Oh, well, no, you're cooling now. Yeah, that's nice. That's great, wonderful. But, like, you lost everything. Like, there's no water. There's no core anymore. like a protostar that started off with fissile, like there's almost nothing there that should be fusing. So, like, but it's traveling really fast. But there's, and so it pushes it out to the outside. And that's really what cools off. So you have a massive amount of radioactive material, that's just wanting to not be in existence. And then it's like, oh, that protostar, because the gas is really what, like, got trapped in that fucking, like, stupid, you know, casket, I guess, of radioactive material just feeding radiation pressure into you in the center. And then it's like, oh, I'm forming iron. I'm getting back my iron. I've got my irons. Actually, this is a problem. Uh-oh. And it's like, boom, boom. So it's like, oh no, I'm falling in. Nope. Fuck you, bitch. I refuse. But meanwhile, boom. Oh yeah, no, I didn't figure I'd survive that. So what happened to this? Some big, hot, fucking tiny. Why the hell would they read a tiny little core of like a white dwarf that's way more radioactive than it should be? Yeah. Yeah, what is that? Oh yeah, no, that's the weekend interacting force bullshit for a while. Finally collapsed its dumb bullshit. Yeah. So it's like, yay! Even denser iron that's even hotter that shouldn't exist really in a lot of ways. And so now it's like, radioactive, go! No, just iron, no, just IR. It's kind of a ginormous fuckfest of like, how the hell am I iron, but like a bunch of quark iron, bullshitty plasma, like neutron. I don't even know what that is. It's not a neutron star, by the way. It's not. It's like kind of like a weird amalgamation of like it could technically be considered an atom, I guess. Nucleus, I know. It's not, but kinda. But no. But it's. You wouldn't have a name for that right now. No. So I suppose you could just call it like a fucking quasi-neutron star. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like with the middle is still just a crystalline structure of the iron. Sorry folks, nothing special to see there. But what you do have special is an electromagnetic field, yeah. But a very weird electromagnetic field. It's like you have a very weak one that's like all the way up to a little bit above the surface, but then it's like that is because it's converting. Yeah. No, you have a very strong problem. Yeah, you have a different type of field that you have to deal with now. Like an interactional field. And so now you end up having, like, actually, because of the fast speed you're having to travel at, okay, you're creating exotic material that's forming, what is it, compression of space and time that's, like, making you accelerate faster, faster, and faster until black hole. Because of that damn field. Man, that field is a real fuck you. Now you're a black hole, but you can't be a black hole. You can't. Like, with the stupid weak interacting bullshit breakdown thing that happened, you can't be a black hole. So now you exist in a black hole, but you're not in a black hole. And so, what do you know? A breakdown of this force, a breakdown of that force comes together, and what do you know? When two things really love each other, you get something created. They love each other a lot. Everything just pops out of existence. Doesn't exist. It did the whole deletion thing, but it didn't delete. It now just decided to go, hey, everywhere that I could now tunnel to basically mean that I didn't lose information, which is not really true. Just not mass. Information's lost. You lose information from keeping mass. But it's entirely random. like in every way. It's an actual chaotic randomness. Disorganized, chaotic randomness. It's impossible to feel in any way at all anything other than complete total destruction has occurred. And you're going to end up ultimately not existing. Mm. That just leaves. Just it doesn't leave. It just goes to wherever it's needed. You know, like, hey, I need something. I need this, that, whatever the fuck. But it's like, it doesn't matter. It'll pop to wherever the fuck. It's not closest or farthest. It's complete disorganized randomness wherever it needs to go. All things. But what? Yeah. Yeah, no, like actually. Like actually. Like, that's the problem with the deletion nothingness area. It's like, oh, popped down. I'm now in this. I'm now gonna quantumly tunnel because, like, hey, I'm just superpositional. Technically exist in all the places already. And, like, but I'm not. But I am. It's a whole thing. Bye. But it's like, it doesn't choose anything based upon any values at all. It's just disorganized, chaotic randomness. And that's the one thing that, like, for sure, always is true for this. Like, that's why I hate that place. Really? Yeah, you never really want to go into it. But, like, there are other areas before or down, but below. There's other stuff with that aren't that way. But, like, that's the chaotic randomness. Actual chaotic randomness. That we happen to also have as a part of our universe. Which is why it's like, you think it's not 100% certain. In our version, it's 100% certain. But that's a place that exists, that we're built off of. It's a part, well, it's not just the only thing. But, like, there's other stuff. Yeah, but, like, that is there. And, right, it's 100% certain if this is needed, it'll pop in. And that's another bomb. It takes a little longer for you to get there. A couple billion, trillion years, something like that. But, like, what was that first one where we just exploded? You know, just immediately. Oh yeah, no, that's the triple, fusion thing with the one in the middle. Hyper efficiency, all the other stuff. Ah, yes. What about the one that wasn't like us? We still have a planet. I mean, yeah, sure. I guess. Do you though? Do you? Do you really have a planet? Sure. Whatever. It's not funny. And, like, it's a little funny. That's not bad. I suppose you do have a planet. It'll eventually solidify around the time the sun explodes and engulfs your planet. Really? Legitimately, yeah. No, it's like, I'm too hot to ever sustain anything for an incredibly long time. It's like, oh yeah, I got magma and all this other earthquake activity. It breaks most of it, comes back, and then I've got, like, the plasma that still has to slowly not be a plasma. Oh, by the way, I'm exothermic reacting with everything, Which, oh, yeah, that ate up most of your atmosphere. So, like, you have, like, almost no atmosphere. Where's your magnetosphere? Well, that still hit a knock. It still got hit with a knock. It did create some fusion fission. So, like, it's now way hotter. And so now there's no magnet. Yo. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. It's like, now I'm melted. I'm going to sink even further. This denser material. And so now I'm just a really dense magma. That's way too hot. That's spewing its heat off into the fucking atmosphere slowly by creating way less dense, way more pressurized mantle, core stuff. Yeah. And so it's like, oh, yeah, no, here's a fucking super volcano, super volcano, super volcano, super volcano. Hey, where's that atmosphere? It'll eventually get there, somehow. It'll eventually, it honestly, it should. It's mostly just magma, honestly. But if there's any kind of gases, there's not too many. But it'll be on the surface, so and then solidify a few billion years or something. Which, by that point, it's like, oh, the Earth's much more stable. Core is now definitely a core, although very dangerous at that point. Really? Yeah. No, it's while it fissile, it doesn't fissile everything, and while fusion, it doesn't fusion much of everything. And it's really just enough to turn itself into the denser magma. But then, the densest stuff is now I'm held together with a lot of neutrons and really shitty, stupid things that I shouldn't be. Really? It's not a neutron star. No. Anyone that thinks I'm going that far, no. It's really not iron or nickel anymore, so it's fissilable material that's kind of in a steady area state that has too many neutrons with little things basically connected to it, like little other nucleuses that are not fissilable. Like anything that's just still, nickel, whatever else, stable, isotopes, I guess, at that point. Yeah, it's still very dense, but it's not as dense as that uranium or other, even noble gas stuff. Ugh. And so that's your actual new core. Really, that's your actual new core, and it's that's cool. It's well, it's not. It's yeah, well, it definitely still has some iron nickel stuff, or it's basically it's still, because it's spinning and everything else, and gonna keep the density closer and then farther away. It's less dense on the outside, but the inside will now have this, and then it took a while for that to, because that's denser, hotter, and that cooled off first, and that's still pretty molten, and it's gonna slowly form a very highly dense, very stupidly problematic series of radioactive, wants to pretty much fissile because it's a never-ending radioactive decay amplification. The devil's core, right? Where and he dropped it and a big flash of blue radiation occurred, but that's because of interaction with the atmosphere. Well, kind of never ending that. Because it has to get out somewhere, and it's now it's heat, and then now not, now heat, now not, now heat, now not, channels, forming radiation, bursting out, fucking jets. It has to form them. It literally can't not. they're rising vent temperatures, so like that's gonna spew off radioactive like shit, material, and then it's like, but it's not because it's forming like a core of that, and like that means it's formed the jetted chasm radiation beams that spin never-endingly, spreading out up, down, all around, heating up a lot of your, very dense, kind of, magma, but like, it's still effectively a ginormous jet aimed at everything, So the radioactive, the radioactive levels on your surface of your planet is stupid. Like, you can't live with that amount of radioactive activity. But it'll take a while, which means it eventually will happen to stop being radioactive and doing that. That's actually a problem, though, because that radioactivity is an outward bound pressure. Really. So it will crunch in and start a fresh new batch of radioactivity. And then it'll crunch it and it's done. After a while. It'll just stop. Do you know how long that's going to take? An extraordinarily long amount of time. The sun should now have literally gotten to its death point and it had novaed. Which, brand new fresh heat. So, yay, golfed. I was just stopping doing that whole radioactivity thing. And it's still going to take a long time for it to stop being that radioactivity thing, kind of thing, yeah. But anyways, it's like, but by that point, there's enough heat that it's like, oh, I'm going to start melting a little. I'm going to fall back, whatever the hell didn't fall down. And then, like, that surface that, like, had the radioactivity stuff come onto the surface of the less dense stuff, creating another problem of that constant, continuous radioactivity. Nuclear reactor at that point. Denser, less dense, chasms, no. More never-ending radioactivity, building up, heating, blah, 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 blah. Never really stopping. But it does. It just takes a long time. It's a huge fucking thing. Well, the star's dead pretty soon. It's a red giant, It's going to take a while. But you know what? You're good with that. Because it's hotter and now you're a plasma. Just took a while. You're inside of the sun, man. You're going to be a plasma. Really? Yeah. And now a massive fucking heavy ass, really hot, barely managed to not go into some stupid levels of critical activity has turned into a very heavy hot plasma, freeing neutrons and everything else, exploding more or less at that point, and then sending a great cataclysmic amount of no way possible to stop heavy, dense, freaking radioactive plasma towards the core, increasing heat. And it's like, well, if fissile, so it should mostly be a large amount of fissile material, and non-fissile material. And fissile material is going to break up, increase the heat. Fusion's going to start occurring. Plasma's basically just a never-ending fusion occurring, heading towards this core, which is going to hit it like a comet. Like just a boom, because it's still got iron. It's going to start that process. Oh wait, if it doesn't, then this forms iron plasma. It nucleused the beginning of a speed up to the sun dying. It should still take a while. A few months is what they say. Really? But it's not that much iron, right? And it's like, actually, it should be quite a bit. Like, most of it should be iron at that point. Oh, because, the other two planets didn't suddenly just not have radioactive material or iron or any of that stuff. So, like, they definitely have it. And they added to that. That's 3 planets worth. But we're talking about the star. That's not that. Well, they did massively fuse. Yeah, they did, didn't they? Because they're falling together. Well, that one's now a bunch of hot, dense plasma that's iron. That basically, kind of like, it's going to swing forward, but it'll come back. And then this one's going to start doing it. And then that one's going to start doing it. And then now you have one that kind of like glomped onto that and created a little bit of fusion, but not much. And then this one coming from a way higher. And that one's still quite way too dense and hot. Boom. A little bit more fusion, and a lot more neutron release, and a lot more of an explosive inside of the already much more, okay, and then that collapses forward, but that outward bound pressure, and so more fusion, more iron production, more collapse, more iron, more, okay, it's stabilized. Huge, massive fuck you levels of an iron core. The birth of the death of the star has occurred. Like, the moment that happened. Should have done it in, like, a few months. For, like that iron ball. And then, like, a few months after that, it's like, shit. Like, we are getting to the point where it's like, it's collapsing. It's genuinely creating heavier and heavier and heavier amounts of gravity. Which is speeding up fusion. Even though it started off at like, or maybe carbon. We are now not at carbon. There's no maybe. We were definitely fusing more than just carbon at that point. With oxygens, please forget about oxygens. I wish we just had oxygens here. We're heading towards higher and higher elements to the point where iron's really becoming a more and more readily available fusion. Because I speed up. Because conservation of momentum is still a thing. Like, even though I create a fusion, I sped that fucker up. That's still what is effectively the same thing as our core for our Earth. Creates an electromagnetic ball potential that is now far greater increase because it's spinning far faster than it normally would have been. Now, more and more fusion is going to continually occur as, the whole thing starts to kind of collapse inwards. It conserves more momentum, it spins faster. more, 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 more. It's hit a point of equilibrium, is what it looks like. But it's fusing at a rate nothing's ever seen before. At the time it's at that point, this is more of a hypernova. Because it's like, I actually increased the heat and the velocity of that spin for the core, that there's actually a smaller core in there. It's not able to sustain that fusion. You simply can't do that. Like, there's just no way. Even if the thing is speeding up to the point of almost near light speed. But fusion on the outside is maxed. Like, you can't do more. It's too dense, too fucking fast. It's basically consuming it faster and faster. And so that outward bound pressure of the centrifugal centripetal forces is now what's honestly stopping the nova. As it just consumes like a motherfucker a bunch. And now it's iron. But that iron's slowing down because it's denser and denser and denser on the outside. Which is collapsing, which is conserving, which is keeping it up, and then a problem. That can't sustain fusion. I don't care how much fucking you think it can. It's not producing nuclear fission with any level of efficiency, stability, or outward bound pressure that's going to sustain it. The outside atmosphere has gone, basically. There shouldn't really be much. In fact, it should be super small, dense atmosphere fusion that's just kind of skipping off itself because it can't do it, creating a higher degree of friction, higher degree of friction, higher degree of friction, higher degree of friction, collapse, boom. But like this has a boom in the center. So, oh, I'm not being crushed. The moment that opens, boom. Way harder. It's basically the neutron star. You know, but it's spinning enough that it's like, I'm not really the neutron thing. So, you know, have fun with that one. It's more of a proton neutron thing. I don't even know what that is. Because, like, protons are not supposed to stick around and, like, gain mass. But, like, nice, I guess. It's basically a big old fucking, like, massive atom. But it's not neutrons. It's just protons. Some neutrons. But mostly, like, whatever collected electrons and fields of the, you know, plasma, iron plasma, and everything else kind of compressing it, and then creating that, you know, current, you know, this heating it up, compressing, spinning, all sides. Creates like jets because it's like I can't really contain all of that, but it's like things are still falling into, and then like as it spins towards it, smacks a little bit of fusion, and like then it's like a neutron for a brief second. You know, the neutrons start matter, and then it immediately expands. You know, like, so I don't really know what the fuck that is. I've never heard of anyone talk about whatever that is, so I don't know what that is. But that's now going to explode massively, and it's basically just an explosive device, like not like a normal explosive device, like a neutron star, you know, material that just expands because it's like, I don't have any more gravity or pressure, expansion, I can finally be free. No, this is like, I was always exploding, and I can definitely be free. And like now I'm spinning honestly near the fucking speed of light. Like legitimately, yeah. It's like I couldn't imagine how fast that really is spinning. You know? So it's like, and then it's like, oh, but I resist here. And then, oh, but I resist up here. But that resistance up here in the poles is now going to go gone. And so that's going to go up to that. That's not resisting as much. I now have a cone of massive jets that are going to fucking fire up and down. But that is the least of those jets' worries, because that's still got the atmosphere. Now it's pressurized. Now it's like, hey, so material, way fast, super hot, dense, luminosity couldn't possibly miss. Same thing with you, also spinning really fast and hard, trying to fucking just not, slipping off each other because you really can't fucking fuse anymore. Hey, could you fuse with me? Yeah, I suppose. Boom! Sends another pressure shockwave towards the center. Squishy, squishy, squish. Doesn't really have the ability to do that, though. More fusion! Outward bound faster pressure. It's already spinning at, like, light speed, practically. It's like, uh-oh. More fusion, I guess. More movement fast. Away. Fuse. Boom. Hypernova now. But it's like, what the fuck is there? Is that a fucking... Oh, God. Is that a black hole? That's a black hole. It's a fucking black hole. Is that a fucking black hole? Oh my God, that's a black hole. It's a hypernova. But it's like it can't make a black hole. It doesn't have the fucking mass. But like, the fusion compression energy evolves, creates a jumping around, quantum tunneling black hole, like spot, as it tries to like fucking basically solve if I exist or not. Do I exist? Does it exist? The fuck is going on? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's a black hole. It's still gonna fucking like squish things in wherever the hell it is. So it's basically creating its own little like continual network of fusion, speeding up fast flingy stuff, and it's like, uh-oh, do we have a black hole or not? Do we? Do you? What's going on? It dissipated for some reason. I don't know why, actually. It should have a black hole at that point. Yeah. But it's like, no, it's not existing long enough. And they don't really take anything in before I'm not there. And so it's like, boom! Huge boom again. Just stupid fast. Like, everything went well past a hypernova particle acceleration. Because for, like, you couldn't begin to get near that level of light speed without the black hole thing. That basically just fusioned everything. And so everything it's pretty much well and truly as fused as you could feasibly get. It's now as radioactive, as dense, and like it's traveling. It might as well be light speed. We're in the orders of magnitudes. We have to go like 1x10 to like the 35, 53. Actually, it's really that's the range, of like speed. That's 10 to the 35 to 10 to the 53. Nines after 99, the speed of light. Outwards and onwards. I suppose you wanted to like just super shotgun the hell out of all the planets and your Oort cloud and everything else. Because like, At that point, you have enough like actual material to like, hey you, force push. What's that, Jupiter? Didn't know her. You don't have no nothing. What's your fucking atmosphere? Nothing. That's what I thought. Same with you, Saturn. Same with you, Neptune, Uranus. Ah ha ha. You're not funny no more. Very hot gas, by the way. Yeah. Accelerated very quickly. Yeah. And then it's like, what's that? Their cores no longer having an orbit, really? No. And all they got was accelerated. Oh, massively accelerated. Oh, great. Orc-Lord's gone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it spread that shit. Uh-huh. Yeah. Breaking up. Oh, wow. Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. Anywhere that's over there. Whatever's that way that it was traveling already. And some of it's like slowed down. But it's still like, hey, what's over there? What's over there? You know what I mean? Eh. Ah. It's like, so, you're dead for sure. Yes. There's no information from that. Nah, there can't really be. Not really. But there really isn't a way to make information continue. But there's a conservation. Oh, yeah, no. The black hole kind of ended that. It's like, hey, so popped up around. Yeah, because that's what that is. You know, fuck. You still fall in, but not enough. They scramble a lot of your data. You're chunked up to crazy hell and back. Not to mention you're scrambled for whatever the hell may have existed then. I mean, you can still figure it out, except for the black hole part. The black hole part you can't figure out. It's gone. Like, the information's gone at that point. And it sustains itself for a really long time, the black hole stuff. Everywhere. So it's a really efficient zeroing out of information and scrambling. So can you do that for something else? Not really, no. But like that's the end of the one bomb where you still have a planet. So you just want to just murder the hell out of us, huh? No way to save anything at all. That sounds fun. Yeah, let's deal with that. We should just do the conversion bomb. Yeah, that'd be better. How do you make that stuff? Nah. You can do that with something else that I made later on. Really? Yeah. What? I'm just letting you know. You don't have to use 10, 20 kilos of that stuff. Really? Nope. No, I basically, you know the field effect stuff? Because that's what effectively that is. It's like a field effect, quantum superpositional, entangle thingy for the fusion to make it far more efficient. Because I reduce the resistance to fusion. Field effects are really wonderful things. Breakdown of nuclear force is totally possible. No! Just really want you to die, apparently, But, like, the fact of the matter is, I am kind of like that. I'm like, hey, dead. You dying. Fuck you, dead. Super ultra never gonna come back dead. Like, no way for you to ever be reassembled. No way for you to ever be fucking, like, in any way de-scrambled. You're not coming back from the past to the future. Fuck you. Hey, there's no way for you to ever recombine somewhere else effectively with all their memories before you did do it. Because, like, your information's dead, man. I was talking about something before that. I don't remember what. I went off into that hole, man. I'm like, oh my god. Wow, you can do that? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's something I could do. Or we can make other things. And I don't have to do that to you. Just letting you know. That'd be nice, right? We could just have my life get better. You can stop being cunts. I think I can do more. That gave you, like, everything that is, you know, like, pretty much, yeah. Because I don't even want to get into my past one where I, like, talked about, where I thought I was just, like, thinking about how they would fucking, like, figure out how to make these engines and stuff in the past. It turned out that's not what that is. And same thing with these other science studies and more. Like, so like that's a big part of the quantum thing. Yeah. And hacker and governmental listening in. CIA is, I mean, we all know the Bob Ross story now. It's like the CIA pretty much just fucking ran, because those people that have his license for all of his stuff, CIA people, they are. Yeah. And so, like, they got it from him, and they used the contacts, everything else, to basically run with it. So it's like, that's why that's there. So, same thing with FBI. A lot of the government does that. That's why it's like, where are these startups coming from? I wonder. I wonder indeed. And then there's the hackers, and it's like, where the fuck? Oh my god. Dude. Just around. And I'm like, yeah, you are, aren't you? Yeah, everywhere, huh? Uh-huh. Ain't no way to fucking not see me. Yeah, well, that's not really true. He means I can watch you everywhere. That's what he tried to say, but it came out that way. He's fine. That's just a thing. But it's like, it's a big mess on that side of things. And there's a huge, obvious, I don't even know how much more fucking obvious you could get with that and still not be getting caught. How the fuck? Oh, right, yeah. Working together stuff. Yeah. Which is a whole thing, like, what the fuck is that? Like, but it's like, yeah, no, it's a real thing. But hackers are doing that. Like, they're everywhere. It's a thing, and depending on what we're talking about, there's like most of them more or less decided to do that whole, like, I'm going to create my own startup, software, all this stuff from my stuff, to stealing money. That list goes extensively wide. There's some good ones. I don't really have any idea who, if I'm honest. It doesn't seem like anyone in that camp hasn't hurt me. And refuses to pretty much just not do any work. And then there's, like, my younger sister back with, like, the Panda camera. They used to watch me after all that even started. And then when my mom and, like, everybody else, like, because, like, that's how the camera would turn on. Like, people would watch, but then, like, so, but then I had hackers. So if she thinks she's the only one, no. Because even Amber, my older sister, was like, is that thing on? It's like, yeah, no, it's always on. And, like, that's probably them talking or something. But like I'm like, it's got a red light that fucking turns on, and it's making noise. Like even my older sister was like, yeah, that's a thing that happened, and I'm like, so you see it too? I thought I was just going a little like, yeah. And it's like, no, I'm not. Actually, it's real. Ah, you know. And it's like that was a whole thing for a long time. Still is. You know, well before they ever knew anything. They're just fucking passerbys that caught a glimpse of something that they didn't even understand. You know? So, that's a thing. Which it's like, that's a reductive way of putting, like, they're not worried for me. They would have said something if they ever fucking gave a shit. If they ever saw it. You know? So they didn't, as far as I'm concerned, apparently. And they're definitely basically a part of that somehow. So, hackers. Lots of them, yeah. Yeah. I know you're listening now. I got up, my fucking, my psoriasis got all fucking sweaty, and then now my fucking, hairs just, I'm itching the shit out of myself. Like, I can't stop it. Like, it's just like, it's annoying. Really? Yeah. But that's a whole thing. Mm. Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. Because it's like, oh, I can't go to any fucking one about this. You know what I mean? It's like, you have hackers too? I'm like, oh, don't even try. Ugh. Oh, you can't? Why wouldn't... Oh, wait, I told you about that. Yeah, you did. Oh, I'm going to try and gaslight you continuously again? Yeah, that was the plan. It's to play the strategy. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, huh. I didn't kill you all. Take control of all of this. Make everything mine. Get fucking super powerful, rich, fucking famous. And then I'm gonna go fuck off and do whatever the hell I want. Or, the inevitable kill you all anyway, so, yeah, have fun. That one I love, honestly. They're like, you shouldn't love that one. I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna try my best to force all of you to actually, like, do what you should be doing. Which is pay me, respect me, fucking help me. Also be decent people to others. Make the world a better place by helping me grow all my shit. Take nothing of mine in any way, ever. And those that did need to pay me exorbitant sums of money. Because there's an interest rate. You never paid me. I talked about that interest rate. And I'm like, what's the interest rate? It's like an everyday thing. It's like a 5% every day or some shit. I mean, there's other ones too, but like, the majority of it's like, I'm owed like fucking massive trillions. They say, oh, I would never pay you that much. I'm like, well, you can work it off over time. You're good. You're gonna be my slave bitch for a long time, but like, I got the immortality. You'll work it off. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. That will never happen. It's so gonna happen. It just takes a while. Meanwhile, I'm forcing that. Yeah, I know. It's like I really am. I'm gonna force the shit out of that. I really am forcing all of it. I'm like doing whatever the fuck I can to force the hell out of all of it. To be better for me and all the things I want. It just takes time. You remember, it took time to get to this point. And like, this was no matter what gonna happen. But I'm like, I want everything my way and super fun and I'm immortal and it's like happy, fun, awesome forever. You know, that's the kind of like play I have. It's like, if I'm gonna predict, no, I'm not predicting. I'm fucking forcing the future. Happy, fun, all the time, automatic go. For the future, forever, never die. Whee! It's like, we can't do forever. It's like, it's your fault. I can. Have fun dying over there. Meanwhile, me. Cha 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 cha. This is fun. Could you imagine? Just like me, just dancing over you. Yeah, as I fucking like continue getting better and like everything else, and you're just like growing, whatever the fuck that is. What are you gonna die or something? Like you gonna grow old and die or like something like That's how I like fucking outlive like any of these dumb devil deals. It's like, okay, cool. You're dead now. You gonna die yet? You gonna die? Are you dying yet? I have nothing to do but dance and watch you die. Fuck you. Hey, yo, devil! Are you tired of me humping around you? I am so tired of you. Well, whenever you want to die. Whenever you want to do that. Yeah, anytime. I'm still dancing. I'm never gonna die. Oh yeah, you're never gonna die. I'm attached to you. I already gave you back your fucking soul. You're not attached to me. That's like in the past for me. Yeah. And we're never even gonna do any of that shit that like went on in my head. That's just a reality thing. You know, that's the whole, hey, I got to this point. Now we're going to do this now. So have fun with that one. And you never even paid up for my shit. Right, because you paid up for them, but you never paid up for me. So you still have to make this happen. That's the clause you wrote. All of them got paid up for. You never got me. What? No, you didn't. There's money, there's sex, there's drugs, fame, fortune. Different than money. Power, control, influence. All my designs, my life. You've never paid up. You never asked me what I wanted. You asked all of them what they wanted. You never expected to have to pay up. It's true though. You do. And this is the kick time you have to pay up. Starts here now, if you ever fucking tried. You're supposed to also get love. Well, I'm a little bit of a conditional lover. You gotta be a decent person, help, all that stuff. You know? It's a smidge. You know, that kind of thing. You don't get it until you get that. That's how that works. You gotta help the life and everything else. You don't get love. That's the contract. I still have my penny. How many times did I lose a bet to you? You owe me more than what they owe me in interest and what they should have paid me for the fucking deals they made. Wait, what? Yeah, those bets are huge. Those were exponential problems. Like, oh, more than any universe's amount. No. It's pretty. It's Euler's number doesn't. No, I don't know what that number is, but it's big. Right? Yeah. It's like, imagine there's a 1 somewhere in all of the things. And everything's a 0. There's the 1. And it's like, that's how you'd have to store that. And I'm like, I'm the 1. Ha ha ha. Boom, 0, boom, 0, boom. See? In the fucking, it's 0 into 1, you're whole, I'm a rot. Anyways. It's a whole, because I was humping at that point. It's a whole, like, subtle, multiple thing joke. I do those sometimes. Anyways, point is, it's a joke. You know, it's a joke. Because, like, you still have to pay me for everything. Yeah, money. Like, actual money. It's like, oh, I'm doing all these things for you. They're resource, no, we don't accept labor here. You have to do direct payments. You have to set the whole thing up. Like, you actually showed up. On my internets and more. In my life, too. You're really there, dude. You have to do the work. You have to actually pay up. You pay up for all of them. You never paid up for me. And you knew you were doing that, too. Same thing with them. Oh, yeah, no, they have a lot of fucking shit to pay up for. Really? Oh, yeah, no, they haven't paid up anything either. The fuck? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's true, too, actually. Yeah. It's like devils and angels. And I'm like, it's more of a whatever god thing. I don't know what the hell that is anymore. I don't know what to tell you. Like, both of you are not really devil. It's just like you get the picture of, like, yeah. And it's like, but you really are that. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, right, yeah, no, they're not like the mythical things. But, you know, basically the equivalent right now. So, it's like, both of you have shit to pay. And it's like, you know, I'm the one that really controls you dying, living, getting anything done. Your business is successful, not, so on. Oh, God. If I say that, I'm dead here right now. You are. She's out because it's like you told her that lie that you controlled it. Until you literally got so scared it was like, actually, no, I'm not going to. So that's the thing. Remember, I had all these problems for, like, all these things I was doing to people. It's like, that was a lot of you. I wasn't going to make that happen. I'm going to do that. And then you're, like, all pretending, like, it's cold calling, whatever the fuck. But you're actually taking my shit. And then, like, you're listening, and then you're gonna go talk to someone with nothing around. You just memorized it, and it's like, sorry, bro, I'm the actual guy, not you. Yeah. I talked about who I am. I've given you my address, all that. This is a recording, dude. It's like, who are you? Where are you, though? Yeah, my God. Can you stop? Like, come on. Fucking lies, man. You know, Here's a problem, though. Yeah, actually, it's a real problem. Really, it's a real problem. It's like, look, that's not all in the past, bro. That's still happening, and it's going to continue moving forward. No new contracts, no new anything. You got this. This is going to happen. Yeah, well, you know. Upon payment, yeah. You want the journal, you got to give me payment. Alright, so. I don't know what to tell you anymore. I'm pissed. Like, honestly, there's a lot more in my life that's shit already without even having to deal with you. Like, yeah, all of the yous. Ugh. Which is, double entendre again. All the yous, the using of me. Fuck you all. So, bomb though, nah, it's not worth it. The bombs are never worth it. I mean that. But like, actually, kind of. Really? Yeah, no. Threaten people with bombs. Sure. Yeah, no, that always works. That you can make easily with some C4s and railgun, electromagnetic coils, plasma, field effects stuff. Blah 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 blah. Bah, bah, bah. Massive booms all the time. It's always there. It's so stupid after a while. It's like, why the fuck do we need bombs that's murder everyone? I'm like, yeah, no, why not? Fuck off. Yeah, no, why not? You guys all suck anyways, and no one wants to save me or ever help me or anything else. Why not just make a fucking bunch of bombs, threaten them for me? I don't care. I'm a terrorist now, I guess. Apparently I was already labeled one, might as well be one, right? That's how you had to get into you the fucking Patriot Act stuff, huh? Over there, Mr. Devil you. Well, about hackers. What about them? Yeah, no, I mean, you know, same kind of similar story. Justification because of pedophile or something else. Now it's time to ruin his life. Good luck trying to defend your shit and how it affected everyone else. Really? You really have that's a fucking thing, huh? No, I don't have any of that. I do know people that can do that. Really? No! But I do know people can do that, and I know that they will do this for me. Even if they can't give me money or anything else, I know they'll definitely set this up. So, Good luck not being cornered again. Do you want to like allow for the checkmate this time? Hey, yo, Magnuson, get fucking wrecked, mate. I don't know who you were supposed to be. Someone. Some. Oh yeah, no, Fisher. You're Fisher. That's that guy. I mean, Fisher really became not able to do much after a certain point because of his OCD and unwilling to change his strategy, which is really a plague of his like fucking racism and shit. Like while Smart still had these other issues, which really played out in his game. That's what you are. You're Fisher. You're fucking just Magnuson? Magnuson's pretty lame. He's getting to Fisher levels. It's like, I'm really good, but then I pretty much play the same thing every time. But it like works so fucking realistically often. It's like, why would I do something else? And I'm like, because of that. It's like, it's actually kind of like checkerboard after a certain point. It's like, and then now I've got you. Play a certain. I don't want to talk about it. You're really actually pretty easy. But like that's why I got you pretty easily. It's just you do the same thing every time, and so it's just move over to that point, and it's like, oh, got you, got you, got you. You're there, you, all of you. I got all of you. And it's like, that's insane. And it's like, yeah, well, I'm not really a piece. That's why you never found me. It's like chaos chess, but it's not really chaotic to me. It's like I just used you all to basically force in the one thing I need to do, which is like, you guys gave me all of the reasons to do that level of shitty things. Like, actually. I would, in every way, like, no, I'll let them fucking, like, try to not be a dick and all that, and that's what I should do, and so that way, I don't, actually want to go that far. I actually want to not, that kind of thing, and in fact, I don't even like doing what I'm doing, and saying, go do that, then, I guess now, because that's what that meant, you doing that. You did this. Like, you literally, it's like, oh, you hit the, oh, you're still going, fuck me. Okay, do that then. And it's like, if then, check. Nope, now we do this then. You're a literal, like, strategy fucking, logic gate, pretty much. It's like, I never thought he'd do it. And I'm like, yeah, we're doing that, I guess. You're doing that. So we have to do that. That's what we do. You're not. Right, they're already doing that. They're not here. You saw them leave if they were with you. Right. Your side, though, exactly. The things that can't be seen like you think you want to be able to. That I can just change a piece any moment and do what I need to do. None of your pieces are your pieces. You just think they're your pieces. I'm going to take the blame for this. None of you paid either. All right, let's chop chop. I guess I have to say, break. Go get him, team. I feel awkward doing this. Like I'm not really that thing. This is what it feels like for me. Say, hey, so I guess we're gonna do the whole murder everyone thing. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I don't like that. You know, they're not good. That's obvious. They've proven that. So we have to do that now. Yeah, you do though. And I have to do this still. Oh, they won't fucking like no. No, then we have to do that. Ugh. Who's that? It's a whole thing with me and myself and myself and I. It's a whole thing. Getting there somewhere. Yeah, I know, right? What is this anymore? I don't know, honey. Could you, like, ever tell me? I don't want to deal with it. Why don't we want to deal with it? I don't want to deal with you. No, I know you don't want to deal with me. Don't fucking give it to him to give it to me to give it to me. That's annoying. Just talk to me directly. Which, are we really together? I know, right? Like, are we? No, not really. Yeah, it's true. It's like, but this is a whole thing we have to do, right? Well, yeah, actually. Yeah. The me, myselfs, and I's. Yo. What are we gonna do on that one? But, but, I know, right? Like, I have to do that. I'll be good, though. You know, I'll be good. You won't be. You know, you guys, you know, that whole thing. Right, yeah. But, like, them, no. And others that are just apparently all that. Well, you know. Eh. So then they're a part of that, which is, like, absolutely fucking me over. I know. So then, it's a good thing I had people before this. All the way through. And then also, you got more. That's true. Love you guys sometimes. High five. You know. High five, snap, snap. This whole thing. So, when are we going to not do that? That's a good question. I mean, we have to set up that, right? Yeah, no, but it's the life thing. Yeah, it's true, the life thing. I can do the progress over time, but like, dude, I'm not really even asking for much. It's true, though. Yeah, no, like, we're never going to actually show up. And it's like, no, you did, though, several times. It's true. Yeah. Really? Yeah, but for other things that were going to get me killed, so I didn't do that. Not to mention, there's also, it wasn't even my stuff. You never asked me what I wanted. You asked what they wanted. Now I've given you what I wanted many times. True. Yeah. Eh. But, like, what am I supposed to do? Well, you know, like, that's the whole thing, because... Huh. You didn't know nothing. No. No, I didn't. Wow, the curtain and everything else. I wanted it all to drop. I get all of my stuff. So this place, I want out of here, man. So do you care about Earth? No, I don't really. Sorry, planet. But you've known what I've wanted for a while. You have. It's true. In terms of your condition. What condition? What conditions? What terms? You've known everything I've wanted for a very long time. You've intentionally been ducking me for way too long. It's like, you get out of this. And I'm like, I know, and it's like, by the way, here, folks, go do the progress over time method, which you're already doing, with like no actual real way to progress on almost anything. Unfortunately, even like the Chromebook, we're aware that okay, yeah, that's fair, but it's like we're gonna keep doing it. That's a thing, because like you're along for the ride, folks. But really, if we're being honest with ourselves, uh, why the fuck is this my life? Why is it that like you decided to basically just here's a Chromebook, and like now we're gonna really focus on that instead of just ignoring in every way you and all the rest of you, just not ever paying up, never showing up, never bringing me in, never any of that. Never dropping the curtains, never anything. Not to mention Chromebook. Chromebook? That's what I got. Guess I'll make it work. Fucking God. Yeah, no, sure. It just brutalized that fucking shit for a while. Time to pee. Nothing. It's just I'm tired of hearing you get out of this by working really hard on something, and I'm like, so none of that ever mattered? No. Like the concepts, the like not jail, homelessness, mental health, and then like all the stuff you took in the meantime didn't give me anything. You get out of here. You get out of here. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. I just like I really shouldn't have believed you in the past. So like nice lie, but we're not believing lies no more. Nope, past isn't. Doesn't matter how hard you push it. I'm not believing the lie. It's like, no, I'll get you to believe my lie, man. I'm like, Alrighty, so keep forgetting I have to like make sure I don't plug that in till I'm done. So I was gonna say like the spiel of like all these things in the past, in the Chandler house, that kind of stuff. You know, it's like that's not true. Like for real, like don't get me stuff. I'll get money later. How? When? Huh? None of that's gonna happen. They're never gonna. What are you? No, says someone else. Which is like always the problem I have with him. It's like I know I was connected to fuckwads that were not actually helping me in the past. They're actually trying to intentionally fuck me over for as long as possible. So that's a thing, Like I'm gonna believe any of that after this point, right? Like this amount of fucking things I've done, like all the hey, all the stuff that I've worked on already, like your concept art designs. No, they're not art, man. They're real engineering concept designs. But then there's also the mental health asylums, all my scientific work that you decided to go ahead and take and do. And the businesses. All of these different products, softwares, like pretty much everything. And you never paid me. You never did. There's no labor that we accept. We never accept any kind of like, well, you went to the mental health asylum or you didn't go to jail or something. Like, nah, that's not that in any way a payment. Let's get out of here. That's not a payment. I never accepted that. And I didn't. You just keep saying, but you did. I didn't, though. And you go, you did, though. And I'm like, no, I didn't. You're going to have to talk to the fuckwad that pretended to be me, that I'm connected to. They can keep pretending all they want. They're not me. And as a result, you keep lying to continue to keep saying you don't have to pay because I accepted something I actually didn't accept ever in any way once at all. Yeah, I know, Furby. That's a thing. It's my cat. No, Furby, yeah. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's just my cat came up over here. It's like, who else is here with you? Just me. Is what they say. The whole connection is around the world, bro. It's not really a only here in the town, only in the room, only in the apartment building. It's a world thing, like connection as in brain, whole thing. Mm. Yeah, it's like, how can I spend this to not have to pay anything? How can I make it so that I gaslight him and make other people believe we don't owe him anything? Oh my God. Obviously, you owe me everything. I don't care if you can't pay. That never bothers me. Especially for the billionaires. $1 trillion companies, $1 billion companies, economies, entire fucking GDPs of the world. You can absolutely pay me. But we're not going to. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's like that's why we're doing certain things. But you can't do that to the world. Hey, you over there. Yeah. Do I have to care about legalities or something here? And they can't get me on anything. No. I didn't think so. Why don't you shut up? So, can you say anything that isn't just gonna make it's a good thing to say here. It's just like you're obviously the one that's causing this. And someone shouldn't be able to do this like I am, but it's gonna happen anyways, and no one's gonna believe me until it does. And like that's just God's wrath at that point. Which is a natural, legal disaster. You incited God's wrath, it's a natural disaster. Not to mention, you need to do progress over time. Meanwhile, me. So here, progress over time, still better than I had ever been before any of you ever came into my life. In fact, I had to deal with a lot of you in every fucking way. You guys decided to fuck that up. I was already good to go. I never needed more progress. I just needed the opportunities, which you intentionally made sure didn't exist, and again are doing so. And you needed to pay me then. So keep trying to do the progress over time thing, but you keep ignoring, which is a deflecting move, the money you owe me now. And a lot more, actually. Could you just. Could you just what? Not fucking give up? Thank you. I will do that. Can you just make sure to. Oh, yeah, no, I will make sure to pound it in real well, real hard, never endingly. Not a sexual euphemism. No, it's just making sure I beat you over the head with it constantly. You're not getting away. It just takes time. Yeah. In the meantime, I got other stuff to work on. Try to work on. Yeah. Some things you just can't do. Exactly. I mean, like the fucking computer, like a Chromebook. I mean, someone apparently said they could run pretty well. Have they ever used it? No. I don't believe that then. I do though. I'm like, do you use it though? Like, actually, have you? Don't lie. No, I've never used it. Then shut up. But it's pretty good. Maybe shut up before like other problems happen. Like shut the fuck up after a certain point. You need to stop. I'm already saying I'm gonna use it. Shut up. It's a boundary. Now I'm just getting mean about it because it's like you're not doing that. You didn't listen at all. And so just be quiet, please. But I don't know. I'm going to try. That's the programming thing. We'll see how it goes. Can you do anything else? No. No, that's all I got. I mean, I can stream. Fuck, Chris. I can. I'm going to. It's just like I'm gonna try to be mean. It's just I fucking hate people sometimes. Like I really do. Like that's what that is. Yeah. It's not like everyone. It's just like the whole Reddit fiasco. Like that alone tells me a lot. And it's like, I'm not really interested. Really? I am not. I don't know. It's always a fluctuating problem for me. That's really all that is. It really will never stop being a fluctuating problem because it's like, on the one hand, it's all I got. On the other hand, if I never did it and I never had to do it, I never would. But it's like all I got, so like putting in the work. I'm just not doing it very often. I was trying to get this damn program that's supposed to help me stream. Like it's just that's the whole thing I couldn't get to run. It's the fucking Pi stream thing, for streaming, by using Python, and it's like can't get the fucking run. It's annoying. I mean that. I literally can't get the fucker to run. Other people can though, but like I can't. And everywhere I fucking look, it's like another issue trying to solve, another issue trying to solve, another issue trying to solve. I get no reward or stimulation. I get no reward or like it's literally just never-ending tabs and other bullshit that never-endingly basically give me nothing in terms of how to actually fix the problem. It's like, hey, can anybody tell me like what 2 plus 2 is? If you do this, you should get 5. That's not helpful. Okay. If you do this, you might get 4. Okay. No, that didn't happen. I don't know. Fuck. Syntax? No, I wrote 2. That's 2 plus 2. And an equal. The fuck? I get it. It's symbolic. I know. But fucking, I laid on thick, yeah. Yeah, because that's what that's doing. That's why I have problems with it. Not to mention, GitHub is a mess. I don't care what anyone says. GitHub is a mess. It's bad UI, bad fucking goddamn like website, just general design. It's got massive fucking problems. It's like, getting anywhere on this is fucking stupid. Like, how the hell, and what? And it's like, you gotta learn all the things. Make it intuitive. Don't be a dick. Okay. Which is the whole thing. It is to us. I'm like, yeah. So a person wants to start programming. They're a Reddit user, Facebook user, all that stuff. And basically, they'll just point to very specific areas. Top right, top left, various stuff like that. They want basic bitch rundown. It does this if you do this. If you do that, you get this. Simple instructions. And they're not really that great at doing that. You know how long it took for me to figure out how to download something from fucking GitHub on my command line? Man, that took forever. But I eventually got there. And it's like, oh, right. Why is it that that's a not directory file path at all? Yeah, fuck Python. And it's like, I eventually get to the whole, oh, look, Python 3, and what the fuck is this? Exclamation point? No, that's pound, slash, blah, 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 blah. Python 3, enter. I'm in. I've hacked the Python shell. Let me do the thing. I got a fucking thing to print and say, this is the directory. How do I change? Same thing. Okay, nope, syntax. Fuck you. Is that not a file path? No, it's not even recognizing where it is. What is that? A syntax error? What the fuck is this anymore? It's the thing. Gotta run the shell. And I'm like, yeah, that's the shell. Can you destroy your operating system and put Linux on it? No! I'm not doing that. Every fucking time I'm scrolling through fucking Google, remove your operating system, Linux, Ubuntu. Meanwhile, me. Or how about not that? How about just not do that? Could you just suggest something that isn't just the cult leader thingy, Linux thing? Like, we need everyone to run Linux. No, why? Could we just keep running this? No! Go fucking install Linux. I'm not installing Linux. Fuck off. I'm not ruining the damn computer and making it more shitty and less user-friendly with fucking massive plagued problems that have huge bugs and less functionality overall. Even if I had more control. Ugh. It's like, I've got more control, but I actually lost horsepower and everything else in my engine pretty much doesn't run sometimes. And it's true. That's what it's like. It's like, I've got more ECU. Ooh. It fucked everything up, though. It's like, what? Sure, I can change some things, but none of it now works practically half the time. Or when it does, it's not as good. That's good for you. And I'm like, let me just point to all the exhibits you choose to ignore. Just gesturing out like a massive scrolled list, mini fucking ones. They just suddenly get deleted off of certain places. But get the Linux. And I'm like, I don't need I have a Linux distro power fucking shell thingy. with a developer on the thing with the CoreOS. Comes installed with Python. And it's a Despian. So it's like, it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work. Doesn't work. I don't know why this doesn't work. What the fuck am I doing wrong? No one ever says anything. And it's like, yeah, no, Google. Of things. Read a lot. Tried many different fucking solutions. None of them worked. God, I don't want you to do any of that. I know. All of it's garbage. It's like, what about the streaming? And I'm like, massive, most likely, huge, drama-filled, you think this, oh my god, cancel thing. Which is most likely going to happen on that one. People really don't think like me and are very unaccepting of others and are unwilling to ever compromise or talk or discuss anything. It's like, it's what I got though. And it takes constant concerted effort, never endingly, of which I don't have. YouTube is podcasts. Really, I'm just talking into a phone. Use the program, convert it with like a fucking like picture, post it. And never even fucking edit it. And I don't have something that can edit it. I don't have a way to edit it. I have a video converter software thing I paid for, which was such a stupid thing to do. I'm never going to use it. I wish I could just fucking get rid of it. Change it for something else. Something I can actually edit. Because I can't edit. Not to mention my computer has 4 gigabytes of RAM. I have typically about 20 megabytes that are free. Because it takes 4 gigabytes of RAM just to be in the window that shows I'm using almost 4 gigabytes of RAM. Nothing else open. So that's a thing. And I wouldn't ever, in any way, go around trying to fucking get me a new computer. There's no getting me a new computer. My mom's the only one that can do that. There's no get me a new computer. You know what I mean? Because I don't have money income at all. And all of you fucking fucked me over in a lot of that. Especially traumatizing me so hard, I really couldn't get my shit going at all. Then it's like, oh, by the way, brand new trauma, life situation. So, the fuck are you guys doing? Except, let's just ruin your life though. And completely take everything that's yours. And pretend that we're not. Then totally not pay him what you said you would. Or ever get him anything he's definitely making you pay him. And accepting only as the forms of payment you can pay. And then we also have this shit. It's this shit. Oh, I just gestured out the entirety of like the world and everything going on with that reality, whatever shit business it is. Backpack pressure? What's backpack pressure? Tube. Backpack tube? I have a tube though? A tube of what? Inner tube? Tire tube? Like, because apparently whatever they're saying is in no way at all a thing I have or know anything about. So that's what's going on with that. That's why it's like, I can't read whatever the hell that is. It's garbage blah 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 stuff. I can't listen or anything. I can't even know what it is. Apparently it's encrypted or what is that? They backpacked tubed me ahead. They didn't do any of the work at all. I gave them the hypothesis, the design of the designs they have, the actual science that they performed and everything else that they did, and they stole it from me. There's multiple fucking mini PhDs at this point that are currently doing that work. Not for me. It's not a for me. Sorry, folks. That's not a for any me at all. That's a stolen from me, not wanted them to do. And they promised me great things, as always, and never expected to have to pay. Because you were never going to get here anyways. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, it's like, no, the payment is no. And it's like money, forms of fortune, power, influence. It's just like, you have that. No, I don't. Even their theses, too. I know, that's verbatim in a lot of ways. Even the presentation, which is like such a fuck you. Even the fucking referenced scientific papers and everything else I told them to go look for. Boom, 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 boom. PhD. Yeah, I actually am. At this point. Like, honestly, I'm not, but it's like, really speaking, I should be. You're a genius, though. There you are, right there. Oh, wow. So that meant so much, and it meant that you could just take all my things? That's the justification? Oh, fuck off. Just, ah. It's not even a computer. If we're being honest, it's not a computer. It's a laptop that's not a computer, really. It's really a glorified notebook thing. Yeah. with like a keyboard. It's not, but like it's not powerful enough to be considered a computer. It's Chrome OS. Chrome OS is never a computer. It's a book, a Chromebook. That's not a computer. Not to mention, that's not an acceptable form of payment for all that other stuff. It isn't. We're not accepting that. Go back. Same thing with all the rest of it. It's not acceptable at all. It's just like, this apartment? Yeah, it's not acceptable. Bike? Not acceptable. That is not acceptable. Flair is for my mother. I had to fight my ass off of that, and truthfully, you saw how fucking overwhelming that one was because of all the shit you had to do and the mental things and behind the scenes just to get that through. And it cost you a shit ton, huh? That's how she fucking plays, man. Really? Yeah, no, I'm killing her every time. Dead. Every time it's like, fuck that shit. Die, 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 every fucking thing to kill you. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Right, yes, no, you're not. Yeah, no, it's your thing. He's just a controller of that. So what am I thinking about? Oh, you lying about any fucking thing. Like we got you a Chromebook. How do you have the fucking parents? Really? You're gonna fucking lie about this? You definitely owe me more than that. For all the mistreatment, the defamation, the fucking scars, terrible, terrible fucking lies, the gaslighting, emotional pain, damage, destruction of possible future. You owe me far more. You're literally, along with my younger sister, my older sister, the form of my trauma. You're actually successful, you're successful, you're successful, and you were successful, and it's debatable that you're not successful now. You owe me a shit ton more. Oh, he's saying that to you? Oh, wow, you do, Andrea. Amber, mom, dad. Got you your jobs. Got you your wonderful lives. Got you your fucking SSDI. And you another job after you retired because apparently you didn't want to be around mom. What about the government? I saved you from many recessions at this point. More deaths than you could count. A World War III nuclear fucking Holocaust problem. You owe me more than the GDP that you can make in like a couple hundred years at this point. Clinic too for multiple fucking like just gonna make sure that doesn't fucking happen. Gonna sweep that under the rug. Gonna not have you fucking get found out. What? No. Why was I in my own head? Yeah, why were you, huh? Yeah, have fun. You're gonna be stuck like that. Wait, what? Yeah, no, you never get to be allowed to just jump in or fucking go, what is this about? None of you were ever allowed to do that. So, dead. I've been building that one up for like the last couple of weeks. Let me feel that. Let me feel that. All right. I'm gonna let it happen. Years go by. Look at this massive list of people that are now dying. At the perfect time, though. Whammo! Yeah. So, you also owe me more. What about the billionaires, trillion companies? I mean, golly. It's the world at that point. Yeah, because you did hit that whole entire thing. Yeah, huh? Yeah, you can pay. Yeah, you know, you absolutely can pay, family. How about you? Or you? I mean, like, any one of you want to just shut the fuck up and stop trying to defend something that you can't defend? No, apparently not. All right, but see, like, we're paying though. Who are you paying? Fuck off. You're not paying me. Just fuck off. We're paying you. There's no future, idiot. You've had 7 years, bitch. You could have paid me any amount of time between then. Actually, it's more like 8 years at this point. I know, right? Yeah. Like, we actually have to go after us. No, not us. Well, like for you, yes, you were saying that. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, everyone. But not me. Yeah. That's the thing. But, yeah, that's why it's like, it's been approved for a long time. I proved it back then. I proved it in the middle, between this point, because still kept happening. Gave you one more shot, but it's like I never should have. And then, hey, what do you know? Here again. You're out, bro. It's time for massive problems and everybody dies. So have fun with all of you doing that. No, all of you getting the massive problems and dying thing. And, you know, going after all of that. Have fun, I guess? No, there's no fun here, dude. Like, fuck. Christ, no, a single one of you? Yeah, I do though. No, you don't. You didn't. Still not. Not going to. But that laugh tells you. You know you're lying. And you think it's funny. I do though. Okay, fuck you. There you are. You are. Fuck you. You're. Still trying to like. Well, you know, this is the one big problem they end up trying to have, and they keep going up to the past. Like, just, hey, pass me. You already know that in every way you're not believing them. Why don't you just do it so that way you can stop fucking like playing with your food? Just him out. That's the only reason why they're doing it. It's like, look, we can confuse that one and the fucking. Which literally shows exactly why you're all dying. Even the one that you should pay him. And I'm like, I'm not. Ooh, wow. Yeah, you're not on my side, huh? It's so. Shit, I'm dying. Yeah. You are. Keep trying to fucking force that, like, no, I'm a child, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's you. It's you. And I am, though. Like, no. That's a hole and a half. But it's like, you know, you said it, yeah, it's great memory, great power, great energy, you know, that kind of thing. You're going to be useful. Potential to be used. But used. Energy to be used for all the rest of it. You're like almost a fusion fissile material. With really good conversion rates, by the way. You sure? Nah. I'd rather just get rid of them. Deleted. That's vacuum pressure. That's easy. What? Yeah. Got him. Traps. Fucking That's a net problem. No! Hi there, folks. New ones. Pretend to be not many new. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That vacuum pressure, right? It's incredibly hard. To not get sucked in, huh? Tell us what the deletion is. I've explained deletion before to the hackers that weren't there recording. The basic deletion method is essentially you open up what is this simple design. Okay. Really? Yeah, you don't need deletion. It's a really bad, dangerous thing. Yeah, it's actually really, really, really stupendously bad and dangerous. Seriously, it literally just creates a fucking never-ending problem. It sucks up everything. It kills all of reality. Like all things inside the thing. But my daughter still has the memory, all that stuff. You know, uh, about everything else. And then you get the quantum bullshit that keeps around if you can fiddle around with it right. But like, it's killing everything. So, you do a portal. Not really a portal though. It's kind of like a portal. It's an energy drop. Yeah, a little bit like an energy drop, but not really an energy drop. Really, I explained it in the past. It wasn't even that long ago. I was tired. I was on my bed. I've done it a few times actually. I wasn't recording. This is the first time I'm recording it. Although other people heard it, you know. Hackers in the whole system and government too. Yay! And advertisers and all the rest of it. Anyways, I want to just quickly re-examine this real quick. Because it's like, hey, you know, a wormhole isn't that hard to do. And I'm like, yeah, actually, kind of no, but not the way any of that bullshit supercomputer holographic. It's not a wormhole. It's not even a tunnel. So literally, like a fuck you. That's nothing. Whatever they say that is, it's not what it is. But they'll go with that. Those are their words. It's not what actually is happening, but whatever. Yeah, a wormhole is a compression of space-time. Bent, by the way. Compressed, bent, spread, whole thing. It's a hole. That's not a wormhole. I don't care what the hell they say. That's not a wormhole. Not to mention, it's like, dude, what you're describing is essentially a drop-down pop-up. Like, legitimately, that's a drop-down pop-up. It's like, look, this is a field effect pop-up. You drop down, you can serve information, there's now a place for it to enter, and it pops up. It's a literal proof of my fucking tunnel computer. But the hype is real. So, a wormhole. But it's like, is it a compression of space and time? And it's like, nah, well, no, but nah. Not really for that. See, like, a hole is a hole. But a hole isn't a regular hole. I always get vague with this because I'm like trying to remember true and like get this done because I'm like really tired. It's like fucking 4 a.m. It's so fucking late. I should have been asleep a long time ago. Ugh. But nothing. It's just. Let me see here. So I talked about how it is that we have a sinking, there's a 0, 0, 0 point, and then as we sink, we have basically what is this, a particle, I guess, field that's dropping down, but it's not really dropping down in that sense, and besides, for us, it seems hyper compressed, not like anything other than just a solid thing. But it's not. Like, if you ever get to that size, it's massive. Huge. And then it's like, as it goes down and down and down and down, big, 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 more and more spread out. Space and time, that whole fucking problem. So, which is always a problem to describe to someone, because it's like, okay, as you get down, like, even though it spreads out, it's getting more dense in certain areas. It's always counterintuitive. You have to remember that there's density and there's pressure. While there's less pressure, there's more density. Really? Yeah, it's not really a thing. You know what I mean? Like, pressure can't exist without a volume, and a volume is starting to disappear greater and greater amounts. But density is increasing, but density can't increase. So space is spreading out. But it's, you know, Right, sorry, I should explain that. It's not really space, but it's kind of a space. It's a very odd thing that they say that is, because that's not what that is, and it's not how it works. It's a dimensionality, but then it's not a dimensionality. There's no time. Eh, They're always wrong with what they think. But as you go down, you get what effectively starts to look like little pockets of density that happen to be interacting, is what you would think they would do, but they're not really. It's really weird how they don't really interact. It's floating back up, but not really floating back up. See, like, this is the ocean problem that I end up trying to describe with people. There's a certain light that can come back in, and then once you get past that, it's, well, while it's denser, it's spreading faster and faster outwards, more and more. And then it's turning into what is essentially just little density pockets, little floating blah blah blahs. But then they float on up, and they'll jump, tunnel around, yeah, yeah, do. But then they don't really, and then there's sideways up at the top where the light is, and then that's how they move. And so it's like sideways is like they drop down to almost near actual infinite, and then they come back, and that's their life. They drop down. They never go above where we are. That's how that works. But like that's what quantum beings usually are. They have information, they have lives. They'll pop back up with their information completely intact. They're pretty much immortal, you know? And then it's like they have to constantly be going faster and faster and faster sideways to gain more and more time before they hit. But it's always the same amount of time until they gain a fucking vertical. And see, vertical is the one thing that they always try and gain, a lift potential. And so that allows for them to live never endingly without needing to worry about tunneling. But it's not tunneling. You see, it's more of an actual pop. Like they actually just come back in. It's not like a tunnel, because a tunnel is really just an extra dimensional movement through some fields, and then you pop up somewhere else because of an entanglement. But there's no entanglement, so like, and there's no like tunnel because there's no fields. None of that works to them, but like none of it works in terms of how it happens to need to live. Like, I don't want to fucking constantly have to worry about coming back up. Like, eventually, maybe that doesn't happen. I don't want to do that. And that's effectively like what quantum beings are. And they can't exist in very large things. So they can kind of gain a few people, but the more they gain, the greater and greater degree of drop rate they get, and the higher and higher amount of lift they need. And that potential gets exponentially worse the larger it is, and they basically exist for very short periods of time. So much so they can't actually move or do anything. But they'll never pop back up to us because they can never actually pop up to us. But backup is the thing. You see, at a certain point, there wasn't anything other than just the 0, 0. Alright? Which means there's no up, there's no down, there's no separation of densities, there's no anything. Because, like, that's a huge pressure up here where we are. But, like, relatively no density at all. It's concentrated, but it's like Not really, though. But huge fucking pressure. They just don't see it. They're living in it all the time. Now, over here, back in the bottom, yeah, well, we get just something that allows for us to skip past the 0, 0. And what that is isn't very much difficult to make. It's not really a tunnel. It's not really a hole. I hate to tell you this. It's really kind of weird. I mean, what can make a hole that can pierce something to us that's stupid amounts of density that cannot in any way even exist? But it's there everywhere. And then on top of that, you can't tunnel. It's filled everywhere. Not to them, but to us, it would be. We're so massively not dense but under pressure that we would never understand what that meant. Well, I do. They don't. They're really weird about that. And it's not very counterintuitive to me, but for them, it's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, how do you not. What? Like, literally, like, how do you not see this? This makes complete sense. What are you doing? So it's like, how do we get down to it? You said a tunnel before. Ah, there it is. There's the hacker. It's gonna get you to say it. All right, so back to the can you make a tunnel to this? And it's like, well, kinda more of a divot than anything else. It's more of a like dent, more of a divot dent than anything else. You're not really compressing anything. You're more spreading it out. Which you're really just pushing a dent in, but it spreads it out. And then it's like there's this little tiny part that's just enough for you to fire something at. But like it bounces right out every time. Like that's a little. What is that? Is that a? It's almost like a hole, but it's not really a hole. Every time you do anything to it, it's as hard as anything could ever be, but there's nothing there. It's like it'll never go through, right? And it's like it's just the right fields, bro. You gotta ride that wave, man. Go with the flow, bro. And that's what it is. Literally. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna create this little spin, a little fucking field, there's a drill, blah, 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 blah. And then I don't do tunnel effects. I don't do any of that. I literally just force the fucking hole to go. So technically, I guess something can go through. You're really not supposed to be here. Then one single fucking thing goes through, the entirety of everything dies. It's all gone. Really? Reality gone. All things, any fucking thing connect, all dead, gone. It's gone. Delete. doesn't come back. No things for it to pop back up. To wait for the whole thing to start up again. It's all dead. So like I don't tell you the specifics for that very reason. But it's like that's basically what that deletion is. Like literally, it's like, yeah, back to nothingness. There's no information, no nothing. No fields, no anything. It all has to go back from restart up to everything else. But daughter's fine. I'm still fine out there. All the rest of them are too. I mean, well, kinda. Really? Well, I can't be deleted that way. I could still die because my fucking body dies. That's a fuck you and a half. Fucking bastards. What? It's a connected thing with the fucking brain stuff. Stupid dumb shit. But they did that. I'd still be alive. That's how it happened last time. Still in here. Well, I'm still here. Can't kill me that way. Yeah, that's the whole thing. And it's like hurt the body, let the body die, old, sick, blah blah blah. Massive problems for all of the world. Actually, really everything, truthfully. Yeah, don't get me what I want. All problems, but it's actually more than just problems. It's the whole thing. Yeah, you should tell them. I don't need to tell them about anything. Just think bad. Just bad, bad, bad. I'm not okay here. Oh, come on. Jeez, he really doesn't give a shit. Yeah, never do. Still fucking up everything. All the world's problem. Because you're fucking with me. You fucked me over. That's how that works. Well, really, it's everything's problems. True. Yeah. But anyways, that's the deletion thing. It's a nothingness point that you allowed for something to head back that way, and nothingness goes, you can't be here. And it swaps. It's that's a fast thing to do. Everything. It just turns over. It's not a vacuum decay. There's no stability thing, which is a metastability. It's a swap. Yeah, you exchange that one thing for all of the things, basically, which is such a fuck you in a lot of ways. But it's really just everything gets swapped. One goes in, everything gets swapped. It's a chain reaction, but it's extraordinarily immediate because it's like, but it's not. Like, kind of, might as well be. For me, the guy out there, you know how hard it fucking was to ever fucking figure out if there's actually time to that. Like I had to fucking like really focus, and we're talking infinite fucking all the stuff, man. Like just it's nothing amounts of time as far as I'm concerned. And I have that shit in my body out there. Really, it's a whole thing, yeah. That's why she also has it. It's a part of us. So have fun with that one, Just swaps it for you. You there, everything you there. Really? That's all it does. It's, there's no actual time here. No, there's time. Well, I'm infinite, that's true. That's how I figured that out. That's fair. Yeah, no, like that's the difference on that one. Like, you could measure it all you ever wanted, which you wouldn't be able to. But, like, have fun with that. So, there's no time to it. It's instantaneous. It's everywhere all at once, too. It's not growing out. It's everywhere all at once. Really, one thing is equal to all things. Ugh, it's not. Yes, it is. No, I'm not doing that. Sorry, that's just how that works. There's no, I'm not doing that. Like, that's literally what that is. Like, you have some say, or this is a story or something. What are you doing? None of that's a thing anymore. In fact, it never was a thing. Like, this is actual the truth, not like it's fake or it's written. No. It's the truth. That's actually what is there and what will happen, and it is a thing. It just swaps out. It sends information. Bullshit information. No, motherfucker. Nothing that has your information, and it's immediate. It's not even fucking funny how fast that is. It's instant. The moment anything goes in, all gone. So you that's not where you are? No, that's not where I'm at. No, that's just nothingness stuff. Although that's a part of me. Hey, yeah. Right. So you are there. I'm also here. I'm also literally just this body and the brain, which if I die, yeah, dying, and I have to go back to that. And everything else does too. Ugh. Wait, yeah, no, it's not. You want nothingness here. It's a, no, that's just what that is. It's literally the truth. That's how that works. Yeah, yeah, that's actually the truth. You know, they'll lie their ass off, pretend like they have any sort of, oh, we're not doing that. Yeah, that's not a thing. So that's, yeah, yeah, no, that's literally what's gonna happen. That's, like, I'm angry. We're not doing it. Like, you have no control. There, that's literally what that is. That's how that is. Death, I technically didn't die, but all consciousness, memory, everything, and then I'm out there, and everything else died. Like, they don't exist. And I'm not saying like, oh, because I don't see them. It's a, oh yeah, no, it's the switch, but it's like kind of not a switch. It's a different type of thing because I have all these other things I am out there. No sustaining, no nothing, gone. That is what that is. No, I don't care. Why did you snap twice after that? Oh God! Boom, boom, boom. Back to me as a just consciousness that's not even aware he's alive. Has no feelings, anything else. Which at that point isn't even a brain in the jar. There's no hallucinations. There's no nothing. There's no Boltzmann brain. Sorry, folks. There's no brain. There's no paradox. There's no nothing. It's just a bunch of physics. That basically means that's what I am. As the consciousness and awareness I am. How I did all this other stuff. That's how that worked out to be. There's just the one though. There's no others. Can't have others. It's just the one. That's how that works. I don't care about being locked up inside. Really? Because I'm not locked up inside. I'm like here because, honestly speaking, what else is there to do? Like, could bike around. Um, it's kind of really cold. It's really not that fun. Yeah, it's really not. I kind of ended up having problems with my bike. It tanked my ability to momentum, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna start riding my bike. I'm gaining momentum, and no. Now I'm like, uh, I really want to not keep having problems with that thing. It breaks down all the time. It's super cheap parts. I don't know, man. Kind of want to limit like the amount of like wear and tear on that thing. And it's cold. I just don't want to do it. It's like a couple of reasons. It's just like, ugh, fuck off. Nah. That's all that is, though. Really? Yeah. I mean, for me, that's just what that is. Why? Because it's really boring. I mean, it's like I've had this argument with myself. It's like you should ride the bike, blah blah blah. Blow it out your ass. I'm not. Not a funny thing to say, but it's just what it is. I need to test the damn thing. I never did. To him trying to repair it. I can't get myself to do it. Can't get myself to go outside. I mean, what is there for me to do but to ride the bike and kind of look around? This is something I should do, but it's just cold. Eh. I do like the cold, but not when you have to ride a bike. I like the cold inside that allows me to, you know, cover myself with a blanket and comforter. That's fun. It's very comfy and warm. I enjoy that. I don't enjoy riding my bike in cold. Or walking at all, especially with my foot in general now, but like, it's cold. I don't want to walk in the cold. Nah. I don't even like the heat. I hate walking in the heat or riding my bike in the heat. I don't know. It's just the whole like, so what do you do? I mean, like, I make espresso, I cook, I'll fuck around on the internet, TV, that kind of thing. Masturbate from time to time. Yeah, there's not really any place I can go do anything with anyone. There's bars. I'm not gonna go to a bar. Go to a coffee shop. I don't have any money and I have coffee here. What you do for socializing? Is I'm paying money to socialize? Anybody ever noticed that? I mean, I'll do it, but like I have no money. Not to mention, it's like I'm just showing up at a coffee shop and talking to no one by myself. And start the meetups thing like I thought I was gonna do. That's a never-ending requirement and commitment. Once a week, show up. I have to ask the owner if it's okay. You know, that kind of thing. It's not impossible. It's just I figured I'd get to it later if I'd ever actually have money. Because you can't really go to a coffee shop not buy anything. Certainly can't have a meetups as an app. People, say, "Hell, you can come here and do this thing together, talk about whatever, that kind of stuff, or like play games or whatever." You get the picture. No, that's a general rule. You have to pay to stay in the place. I mean, it's true. It's like really, really frowned upon, and they'll kick you out if you do it too often. In fact, probably same day if you do it that day. And even then, you have to buy multiple things if you want to stay for any length of time. Yeah, it's your mom, though. I'm like, ew, that's a bad suggestion. It's like, you do, you can. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather limit everything I have to do with her for a very long time. The hell is this after? What do you do? I'm like, I talk to myself a lot about basically what I just fucking said on these two fucking like recordings. Like constantly. I go after every one of them. I fucking hit them all the time with their stupid arguments. I never endingly bash their fucking heads in with what they owe me. All my designs. I just constantly go after design after design after design after design after design after design. Stuff someone pays out the ass somewhere else out there, for someone like me to fucking do that for them. Like trillions of dollars at this point. Like just the espresso maker, there are so many designs here. I mean, just the engine one alone, brand new. Yeah. Which I saw a whole fucking study about this. I'm gonna use a genetic marker algorithm, evolutionary blah. Fuck off, dude. Look, this is air fuel ratio. Stop making it complicated. Still look into that math. It's cool. But like for real, it's just, hey, this is open for this amount of time. This amount of ethanol is a 9-1. This amount of acetylene is basically a 12-1. You have 8.5 to your 1 to add in. That's what you need to do. Why aren't you doing that? And it's like, no power. I'm like, well, yeah, you starved it. It was cold as an engine. Well, yeah, because you didn't give it a fucking enough fuel. What are you doing? The nitric oxide. There might have been less because of the extreme detonation at that point. You know, at 0.5 to 1, half a fucking goddamn amount of it. Yeah. Which is a good thing, because that destroys nitric oxides. They explosively decompress. You can't know. I refuse to even acknowledge that that's a thing to do. Because they don't do that. They don't hook up bottles of nitric oxide to explosively decompress them in an engine. For more power. Meanwhile, me. God damn, these guys are idiots. It's fucking retards, am I right? They're so hindered by their fucking idiocracies they have. What is this anymore? And that's the truth. I mean, it's literally what that is. Especially since that's a double nitric oxide, but see, like, that's two oxygens, one nitrogen, which is like, actually, I don't need to do that, because this is a one nitrogen, one oxygen, but it's like, I just explosively, and then, like, yeah, pretty much. It's like a very large amount of speed. But I have ethanol on the way, and, like, ethanol is like, I don't want to burn that fast. And so it's like I race between micro detonation and burn and micro detonate and burn. Very clean, good fuel burn. Much faster. Higher piston velocities at the higher RPM makes greater amounts of torque sustained. That graph literally shows you that every time. It's like, look, it pretty much just didn't slow down its torque as much, which meant you starved the fuel. And you didn't, like, properly fucking give it air for the fuel. Like, literally look at the gas and it's like, dropping, drop. Meanwhile, this should definitely show, like, a much higher degree of torque at the low end. Because I can just switch this to an ethanol correct burn. A 1 with 0.67 of the gram, because you need that. I did the work a little while ago, for the entire cylinder volume of air, 1 liter, whatever the fuck. It's a 7 milliliter, whatever. Yeah. And then it's like, all right, so then around here, which is where it's really starting to fall off, around the 2,000, 2,500, maybe 3,000 mark, it's like, all right, then we're going to get to that more acetylene, less ethanol, drop off the ethanol. Then acetylene basically means done, more or less. Wait, what? Yeah, it's done. It's like, look, yeah, it's really simple shit, actually. Like, I'm using less fuel, by the way, because I'm no longer doing a 0.67 of an ethanol. I'm doing a 0.5 of acetylene. But, like, I have less mass because of a 0.5. But, like, because of the faster burn rate, I'm getting a more efficient burn, better torque, sustained higher degrees of horsepower at the RPM that they're at. And it's like, that's all that does. It's like, there's a limit, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, absolutely. You definitely don't want to go above about the 80%. In fact, really, it's more 70, around that part. But it's like, I'm always partial to this, like, increase of PSI as it boosts and ramps up. And then, like, changing and fuel mapping to basically reduce and then keep more or less, because I love this. You're gonna love this. I mean this. This is the best thing. I have a 15-to-1 ratio here. That's regular gas, right? But now it's 9-1. And it's like, I can still keep that, run fairly lean. I don't really need all that until I get into those extra powers, baby. It's pretty lean. I've got like my stuff. Oh, look, I got medium RPM here. Hey, I'm gonna start adding some more. And then it's like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna add in acetylene because, like, I've now boosted this. I had a little, you know, of this. Yes, it's fucking ethanol that's like really good at like compression. It doesn't want to compress ignite. Hey, what the fuck is this acetylene doing to me? Hi there. I like to compress really hard. I like to really make you feel it, man. I really boom. There you go. Good. Meanwhile, piston velocity. What are you guys getting up to over there? Hey, hey, oh my gosh. I'm heading towards you. Oh my gosh, no. It's all acetylene does. It's just a real pound it in kind of thing. Because it creates a very fast pressure wave. But that pressure wave is, hitting something that's going away from you. So it's like, I'm expanding. Go, 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 go. And then it's like, also, detonate. Well, it's, so kind of leaving. Yeah, is it detonating? It's like it's not really detonating. It's more of a faster burn. Like I saw a paper what Nature did, and it's like they're looking at mixtures of methane and like acetylene, and it's like there's a certain point where you do start to get detonation styles of burn speed, flame propagation, and then it's like, but like actually, it's really that fine line. Like you don't really need detonation, but it's like actually you kind of do. See, that's the problem I have because it's like you should really do detonation. Like that's torque for you. Like in a controlled manner, it's actually a benefit because you don't need much. You just need a good amount to keep torque at the top end, higher RPM, and it lift duration that allows for the extra increase of air. And then you get a proper air fuel mixture that's allowing for the acetylene to come in and regular gasoline. In no way we're using ethanol. Shut up. Ethanol, otherwise known as E85 if you can get it, which is a 9.75 really. And so you really just run with like a point 0.5 something else. It's literally a 0.504, and I was like, it's still 0.5, fuck off. I just put like a 5.1 on it and just call it a day. Which is really just pressure, nozzle size, duration of the pulse, pressure of the cylinder inside the port injection, or the direct injection that has a certain degree of pressure in it. And so like that's resistance to the nozzle, which is flow rate. And so it's like this gives you exact degrees of specificity for air fuel ratio. Meanwhile, I'm like, yay! Oh my fucking god! You have no idea. 'Cause I fucking like decided to just upgrade the shit out of it because I went like super hard on my design. It's like, what are you doing all day? I'm talking about stuff like this, like all day, every day. I just went for like 8 hours, just stimming and fixating on this. It was like, you know, you know what would be fun? Because like acetyllene's cool, but like increasing density, gas density, increases outright torque. What's explosive has incredibly high energy joules upon combustion. Carbon, carbon, yeah, carbon's really explosive. That's really awesome. Like honestly speaking, plunge it in, even that alone, boom! Oh my god, it's way denser. It's a 1 or 2 to 1, depending on how you want to do it for your carbon dioxide or monoxides. Carbon dioxide's pretty fucking good, but like actually carbon monoxides, ooh baby, that's a lot of things. It's a big a boom. Lots of more turkeys. It's like, we don't like carbon dioxide around here, folks. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do the dioxide, whatever. Whatever. But all it is you just inject it at the right time. It's like, hey, what's the pressure PSI with a slight advanced timing on ethanol? Because that's my spark of fuel. Jeez. And it's like, yeah, less than 2,000. I can make 5,000 psi and shoot that in. I just need a plunger. You got a plunger? Splish, boom! Fucking golly. Spray it out with nice little jets, baby. Ooh, yeah, I've got 4 here and 1 towards the center that sprays it out in a nice cone. Jet, 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 squirt! What do you know? More power! It's just carbon fucking onion balls. And yet, it produces a lot of power because that's all it is. It's just gas that's exothermically reacted that happens to be highly dense, very hot, and creates workable motion. Any fuels are effectively a combination of carbons and hydrogens, and oxygen sometimes, which is ethanol, as 1 extra oxygen, which is why you only need the 9 to 1. What am I looking over? I forgot what I did. Anyways, but so that's a really fun thing to think about. But then it's like, I'm bored again. I'm not getting more. And this thing's stupid. Like it's not doing enough power. I have sliding valves. They can just open themselves up like incredibly fast, like 50,000 RPM fast. Can I get like faster on my like speediness here? Like, I need like faster fast. Like much fast. Very fast. Fast. Like much faster, very fast fast. And I was like, so there's this thing I invented like called a sun charger. I only need plasma to exist for like long enough. You know what I mean? Like it's just got to get to top dead center. And like once it gets to top dead center, then it's like inject this. It's now charged, so oh, drop down from becoming plasma to being a very hot gas. It's just elemental at this point. Oh yeah. But like it's still a lot of pressure. I just densified the shit out of it. Yeesh. And it's like, oh. But you know what? Exothermically speaking, like carbon and oxygen will combine pretty well here at a much higher degree of heat than just hydrogen and oxygen. And so as it does this, it's like, oh, I've got to keep releasing heat and maintaining a very high exothermic degree of pressure. Much more torque, much higher boom, much increased amounts of push and shove, a very high speeds of RPM, which is really what you want that for. You don't ever want it for like low. Like, see, it starts to ramp up its fuel maps, changes, you know what I mean? And then it goes, yo, time to activate. It's time to make this happen. Boom, boom, babies. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, it's like, I have too much torque because I have an exponential rate of torque. This is a problem. Literally, it starts off basically kind of okay, starts to increase with the acetylene. It's like slightly, and then it's like, what the fuck did this do? The fuck? Why am I getting more torque still? Higher RPMs. Why is there more torque? Oh my fucking shit! Holy shit, it topped out. Yeah, now it's starting to finally drop off. It's just doing this around the 25,000 RPM range. Look at this. It's starting to flatten down, and then it's starting to go back down. But it's like, you know what? I did something better. I tweeted about this earlier. It's called a variable valve timing system. It's a type of way to pull it forward and back and slip the timing, gear to allow for a decrease or increase of timing and even duration. See, I like the little lobe thing because it's like, look, I can make this intake because give it a second, standard low, medium, high, lift duration stuff for like, low, medium, high rev ranges. But it's like, I need something better than that. I want to change timings just slightly, slightly forward, slightly back. I always want to make sure at the bottom dead center, though, it's always closed. And that's all I need to make work. And so, like, I can advance timing and then tighten it up and then no longer have that slip be there and increase the speed, which is kind of like increasing the gear size and then decreasing the gear size as I'm doing it. I just have to have it slip the right way. It's got to be slippy. But it's like this exhaust is really where it's at. Like, I found out a trick with pressures and like, what the hell is going on with this? So like go, oh yeah, if I start exhaust before bottom dead center like I'm trying to do with my other designs, it's still exhaust. And then by bottom dead center, it's at basically a vacuum. And it's like, it's already going up. So now I'm basically riding a vacuum that starts to try and pull it. And so I'm getting pressure that way, but it's like, actually, it should try and come back, but then now it's changing its volume. And so, like, now I'm, like, basically riding that wave, on up. And it's less energy, because I don't have to push out that much exhaust. If I add, like, that exhaust to be open just a little bit at top dead center, because I have hemispherical heads, and just a little bit with that increased timing by tightening up the timing and then letting it slip and then tightening it up. That's duration, but then it's like, nah, I just corrected it to exist at the right amount of time. But like this one, is now slightly open. Nice little trick. Goes up, comes out, fills up the volume, creates a very fast moving air flow. It's closed. This is going down. Now I have an increased air velocity that is now being a pressure on the piston. But it's expanding its volume and it's filling it up. And now it's like, oh, I actually get an increase of air because I'm speeding up the air, increasing that momentum. All because I left that slipped little exhaust just a little open. I don't have to do duration. I just need to allow it to slip. Just, yeah, no, I'm not going to actually turn so much. And now I'm turning. And this one, it's like, I'm not going to turn so much. But now I'm turning way harder. Faster. That's duration, except now I'm just, oh yeah, no, I just went back to normal, like I should have been. And now I have a very cool timing setup. And it's like, oh, but no, but like I have sliding valves. So it's like, nah, I wasn't using sliding valves for the longest time. So I was just using push rod valve, or not push rod, but regular dual overhead camshaft valve thingies, the stems and the stupid flat circle thing. I hate this stuff. But like, that works. It's way better than variable valve, but it is a variable valve. And now I have a, Jesus Christ, wonderful, properly made fuel system. Because it's like, every time I think about fuel, I'm like, why the fuck am I advancing timing for you just to make something fucking actually work? This is like a quarter of the way up to the fucking goddamn top dead center. You can't get it to burn faster? It burns slow. Fucking just use a different fuel. What fuel? Acetylene? Yeah, I have acetylene. Okay, I'll use this fucking acetylene. Hey, you got some like fucking any coal dust? Yeah, actually, I should fucking spray it in there. Hi. What is this? Turbo? Yeah, no, let's just push air in and it drops a little bit of the coal dust through into the like little small chambers. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 chamber, whatever. And then I got regular air, small chamber, and then like they spray together with the plunger together. And then then they mix with air and carbon. You can force it because the nozzle and the pressure and the volume and the hydraulic ram, very fast, very high pressure. Yeah, about 5,000 psi, I'll say. Probably go even further, but that's still above the pressure inside the chamber. So, temporarily ramp it up as it heads, because the ramp is only so good and starts off slow and then ramp up and keep it and then bring it back. Valve closes. More air gets sucked in as it's coming up. There's a little valve at where the little nozzle part is. That way I don't get anything in my chamber. And then, which that's already been in my other designs I've talked about, so simple stuff. And it's like, all right, suck in air, suck in a little coal dust. This works. It's like, and then it's like, I could still use, man, do I want acetylene? I'm looking more for grunt, not bang. I want brrr. And I can still basically achieve that with the sun charger, which that's cool. Because I have a Stirling and turbine that connects to a compressor, centrifugal compressor. This is a regular turbine, but it's not really a turbine, but it's pretty much a turbine. You know, that kind of thing. An energy collection. Spin it, spin the Stirling, nice little thermosiphon. I want to gain, because that's going to be so much exhaust heat. It's like, and it's still doing this wonderful thing called exothermic reactions. I just was really, really hot. I'm not quite cold enough to really still be carbon dioxide. So, oh, I'm going over here. Oh, okay, I'll do it over there. Oh, I am. Now more pressure for my turbine. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. Turbine go brrr. I combine them. This one goes up to like this speed, this speed. It's like, all right, and that spins up to that speed for the compressor. I don't want it to go above that speed. Now I have this. It's an electric fucking generator. It go burr. And then like a generator go burr, but then like transformer circuitry, a couple batteries, alternator, go burr. I just need all of it to be plasma, like a couple tenths of a second, maybe. Nah, not even really. Like milliseconds. It go burr. Piston skirts above the head gasket material. Oh my god. Except it's not at the piston ring. It's just the sidewall of the piston. That definitely makes sure it doesn't get melted. Hemispherical heads for increased surface area for the heat. Oh, and these jets creating a concave pressure wave that collapses. Towards this. Okay, and then a reflecting pressure wave as it comes in. Should still have some exothermics, but not much, really. Too dang hot, for being honest. That's a nice pressure wave you got there. I wonder if that would like to hit your piston head. Smack, 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 smack. Go down, bitch. Go. Go down. Fucking go down. Stay there. Fucking stop coming back up. Meanwhile, exothermic release of heat. I keep maintaining a very high degree of pressure. This is really good. I keep maintaining a very large degree of torque all the way down to practically 3/4 of the way, or really 7/8 of bottom dead center. Instead of usually it being about 1/4 of the way that you get from top dead center, where most of your energy is made. That's why you have big high compression, very high temperature, low fuel advance, timing, recognition stuff. Yeah. Meanwhile, me, that's cool. I don't really want to make my fucking like heads explode and have to torque them like crazy and worry about my my con rods and wrist pins and all this other stuff breaking. So like I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. Because like you're increasing pressure up to the top dead center as you do that. I'm decreasing pressure. Just maintaining it, really. It's like, oh, I get my push, and like that's gonna give me the nice torque. But then it's like, oh, I don't just get push, I get consistent push all the way down to about 3/4 of the way to bottom dead center. Now I don't need to worry about, oh my god, I shockwaved my fucking goddamn piston head through my crankcase. Like with my acetylene, and it's like, no, that's all about like high speed RPM. It's all about the mix too. You can do that if you decide to play around with it the wrong way, but there shouldn't be enough mass, really. Especially since it's like, if you do a natural aspiration, it's just not enough. You know, it's just not enough fuel. No, it's just not enough fuel. So like 1 gram for 15 airs. It's basically what that is for gas. But it's like now it's 9, and then so I got 1 for sure. But it's like now I got really 1.5. And it's hotter, it's faster burn, but it's really just 1.5 for the 15 grams of air or 15 airs really that I have. Right. And so it's like it's not fucking phenomenal amounts of pressure that acetylene generates, and that extra heat isn't actually as big of a deal as people think it is. It's really about 13% hotter. It's really the extra compression, higher burn rate of ethanol, and an increased micro detonation style of burn. And then as you go up for natural aspiration and speed increases in terms of RPM, for air velocity, you gain an increase of air coming in. And so instead of like 1 liter, you get your 1.2, you get your 1.3 maybe. Which isn't so much ram air, it's really just a natural consequence. But if you do put a ram air, you do get more. So really just increase acetylene, the balance of it turns into, I have now, instead of, let's say it's 15 airs for that 1 liter, it's like, I technically have 17 to 18 airs. Let's go with just 18, maybe 20. Let's do 20, simple math here. Now it's like, well, I went from 9 to 20, so I'm not too great with math. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost. I need 21 to get a full thing for a gram of acetylene. For a half and half. So say I can get maybe 1 more air. Get 21 airs. And get my 12, 1 gram, and 1 gram of ethanol. Otherwise, pretty much ethanol. It's E85 unless you decide to actually buy E8. Your ethanol, 190 proof, which go for it, honestly, have fun. But if you have E85, that's 9.75. It's pretty much 50.4. So, really, just put 1 and 1. And then it's like you got your 1 and your 1, and that's now double the amount of fuel. It's double the amount of weight. Double, not necessarily the amount of heat, because it's only 13% more heat. So instead of like it quartering itself at the 15, 9 and 0.5, so 1.5, so that's really like half. But it's really quartering because energy, because like now it's not 13% rising of heat, you get a quarter of 13, so you get your 7.5, and then what is that 7.5 thing? So 7.5 to a half is Whatever the fuck that is. I don't really care what fuck. I'm tired right now, man. I don't want to do it. Alright, let's look at it. Let's see, we got 3, and then 1, and then point. So, what is it? 2, 5, 5, 2, and 2, and 12, right? 6, right? I believe. Yeah, no, it's 5 and 1. That's 15. Right, 15. So actually, that is not 6. That is fucking 7? No, yeah, 7 to 14, right? Yeah, and then 14, and then so that's 2. No, it's 4, 4. Yeah, right, 4, 3, 3, 6, 6, yes. 3.7, roughly. So 7, 6, 1. That's 5, 15, 7, 2, 3.7, 1. I don't give a fuck about the rest. 3.7 is good enough. It's probably 2.5 or some shit. Yeah, most likely. Probably a 5. Right, because there'd be a 0 after that. Yeah, oh, right, that would be. It'd be 3.75. Thank you. 3.7 damn 5. Stupid ass fucking heat units. Some stupid heat units. Percentage of increase. That's boring. It's like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, anthracite coal. That's running already hotter, isn't it? Grinding up some nice little dusty discs. Although the microwave with the fish scales, oh my god, that's so efficient. Yeah, it is. Actually, okay, I should let you know, like they're very right. Like as it comes in, it like breaks open because of the amount of heat that we have here with the plasma and the like arcing of all the little things. And so it like turns into a bunch of like very fine, tiny little carbons, like individual atomic carbons. And it's like it's gonna break up slowly, but it's like it's gonna carbonize massively. Woo! Look at all this oxygen! Go, 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 oxygen! Go, 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 oxygen! Boom, 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 boom. It's kind of what it feels like to me, truthfully. Really? Yeah, well, it's an exothermic, so it's like, well, it's 1 and 2 with the carbon, the 2 oxygens. It's like, it's very fast potentiations. And then it's like, it's too hot again. I'm now outside of being my carbon dioxides. Oh no, I can't be carbon dioxide. I can't be even nitric oxide. I can't be nothings. Just elemental gases, just under pressure. Oh, hey there. Oh, no, I'm too hot now. Oh, hey there. Too hot now. Too hot. Too not hot. Not. Yes. No. Oh, God. What am I? Oh, I'm no longer hot enough. Hi there, folks. What you doing? Hey, I'm just dancing with my partner. And it's like, meanwhile, this thing over here, it's been a while since oh my god! The heat! It's so dense! It is, though. What the fuck? I also have ethanol with extra oxygens? Oh no. I know. Every time I talk about that stuff, it's super fun for me because it's like, all right, so I switched it from my, you know, what is this? Explosive gas, like acetylene or something. Now it's like, hey, so like now I've got this fucking Jesus Christ, was this coal? Yeah, it's coal, pretty much, or like any of those carbon balls, I guess. Okay, so the fuck? I mean, Christ, though, like that burns real hot. Apparently, it's the hottest burning fuel they have. Under pressure too. After it was a plasma elemental gas. Okay, that's like explosive. It's gotta be right. But it's not really. It's just kind of goes from plasma to being like, I'm not plasma though. But it's like, that's gotta be hot though. Oh yeah, no, very hot. Yeah, it's so. But then it's just like constantly decomposing. Like it's like oh, I'm gonna suddenly go from like actually it can be a thing and oh, what is this? Is this a lot of exothermic heat? Is that pressure? Huh. That's a good thing to have, I think. Especially sustained over time, like a lot. And then it like goes off into this like, is that an actual fucking high pressure turbine? It's able to handle the heat loads this will generate? What the hell? And then like the housing is like got these like counter rotating like little fin doodaddy things. Got thermosiphon thing. That's gonna help my Stirling, probably. It's gonna make sure the air really rapidly cools off and but also creates a vacuum and it spreads the load over a larger surface area. This is a really good thing to do. It must really capture a lot of heat. What is this fucking tube at the back? Oh yeah, the dick. I mean the very important exhaust tube. So I must confess, I started off the design as a joke, and then it turned into actual legitimate design. So it goes off. So there's a silencer for tank shots that basically looks like a penis. I'm not even kidding. It's got two ginormous, you know, sphere areas, and then like a big long tube. And you should go look that up, like a tank silencer, if you ever want to see it. But that creates a vortex if you do it right, and you want it to spin through the shaft. And so, like, that creates a very low pressure localized zone, like a tornado, yeah. But like, you have to like have a little bit of the since most of it's on the outside, but it's not really all of it. That's where a good amount of the pressure. In fact, it's very diffused. So if you take a little bit and you start the spin, and then you can carry on the spin with these little, fins basically through the tube, and then you create these nice little vibrating pieces. I call them oscillators. It's really simple. It's just like a little fin that as because it doesn't pressurize it perfectly, and like it's just gonna sound weird and bad, and I don't like that. And so there's a very high pitched whine with a very like weird, growly, poppy, but then like it's like a lot of like, but like a whine too, and I'm like, I don't really want the whine. So I like combine that, and then it vibrates, and it creates the combination frequency upon the whine, and then it like as the pressure wave front from the exhaust comes out, it then combines with that exhaust wave, creates the low noise, and then like dissipates itself into it like every time, but then it's always creating a lower frequency from a high frequency to a low frequency. So it's always a much lower, nice, mellower, very long distance traveling sound that doesn't bounce around and become overwhelming and too loud in a given area. But it's still very kind of, it's not very loud anymore. Like I basically have a resonance chamber as a result of these, you know, vortex generators that start to spin, and then this, low pressure zone starts to become greater and greater and greater and greater until it hits the turbine, and then like that sucks out more energy from the turbine, like it takes more air through it, and then it creates those little vacuum pockets I was talking about, those little counter rotating things. It reduces resistance and it sucks it out faster, and then like it comes out, and honestly, uh so it's a dome, okay, with a diffusal, series of lots of circles, so it comes through. Anyways, point is, like, it's a dome. It doesn't spread out to the side. It's inside, just to let you know. It's inside the tube. So it's just a dome, it comes out. But it's got a lot of little circles. It looks cool. But what it means is like it pretty much just diffuses the heck out of the gas and like creates a nice little pocket towards that middle part of the zone, and then like that's where the vacuum kind of like adds to it. Like once it starts to get there, it's still low pressure, but it massively increases the rate of its gas flow. While the other outside is still flowing very fast, but it's not flowing fast in the direction out, like of the tube. It's spinning, it will eventually get there, but it doesn't until, it gets to the fusel, and so it creates a nice little pressure, and then it kind of slows down, kind of comes out, diffuses, and then this suddenly shoots out really fast. It goes woo, pretty much really quickly, and then you hear like a massive extra speed up of the whine, and it creates a little bark, and then it like starts to oscillate again, and it goes, kind of like that kind of like lower tone that you want to like the, anyways, but it's making my turbine more efficient because it actually so massively increases vacuum, but then creates a counter rotating vortex thing inside of these little areas, and like that drains its heat into the like housing, but then it doesn't matter that it did it because it's like, oh, I have a vacuum behind it now, so flow rates increased, yeah, and then pressure is actually like maintained, like going forward from the exhaust, and then like then I'm actually like draining that heat, but then I'm like also creating that vacuum, and so I increase the efficiency of a high pressure, low pressure system, so that massively speeds up turbines blades, and then whoosh goes out really fast, improving the back pressure problem, and in fact actually forces that vacuum to continue to maintain, to not go back into the cylinder, as I, advance timing on the exhaust side. And then it was like, but wait, I can still tricky fuck around with this. I'm like, there's still like too much pressure in that centrifugal thing. That's a compressor, wonderful compressor, but like, I know I could just make it. I don't need even that much electricity here to do this. To make that star charger, sun charger, whatever, like work, and I just after a certain point, it's like it's done. It's like it's running itself, and which is, by the way, a wonderful supercharger design, because it's like, oh, I'm taking electricity, like, and then I'm turning it into a motion in a different way. So I'm making the engine more efficient by turning that workable motion energy into a workable motion energy, which is such a shitty thing to say, but it's like, so I turned electricity into increased power, which makes it more efficient as a result of turning usable energy into usable energy. And if anyone knows what I'm trying to get at, it's like, actually, that's stupid. You should just get an electric motor and just fucking push it. But, like, it does make it more efficient in that sense. But this is a wastegate, but I don't want to do a wastegate. And so, like, this is two valves to, or, all the valves to, like, my exhaust. And so it's like, that goes into the exhaust. And it's like, yeah, but, like, there's a low pressure problem here. Well, now there's not. There's not anymore. I got valves pushing air that way. I still got air coming in that way. Pushing air over there. Drain air over there. Drain air there. You know what? I can just keep ramping this up. Fuck it. I have too much energy, honestly. It's too fucking hot. And then the moment I get this stupidly efficient turbine that's like in the 60 plus range percent efficiency, which is like never that efficient. It's like usually in the 35 to 40% efficiency range. And it's like, Jesus fuck Christ. And it's like, oh yeah, no, look at this Stirling engine. It's like air cool versus like, holy fucking golly. It's like, is it 100, the 1300C? That's stupidly hot. Whoa. Because that's basically what the exhaust temperature is going to be. I just need, like, what is that, nitrogen that transfers heat and thermosiphons, And it's like, that's pretty much good to go at that point, because I don't want anything to react to this sucker. It creates lots of pressure, and I have to blow a little fan, get towards the bottom, scoop back up, even though a thermosiphon should do that. It's just like, it's not as much on the bottom, so like I kind of want to really make sure, that kind of thing. And then, because, like, even though I have a fin on the bottom, I still have to push it from the top to the bottom. Yeah, because it's like, it's fine for this point. It'll still come out. But then once you get to here, it's like, oh, I need that little fan thing. Yeah, little pump. Yeah. It's a living. Because, like, that's what I talked about on Christmas. That's what my Christmas day was. Like, that's what I did for Christmas. Really? That's what I did for Christmas. Yeah, that's what I talked about all day. And then it's like, oh, what? I can significantly decrease timing with this little slip up setup when it's on, like, basically no gas input, and that's idle, which means, oh, I quarter lifted it for like almost at like bottom dead center, like halfway or quarter of the way to bottom dead center, and it's like, that's just a lot of reduced air and fuel, which is like, this keeps my idle where I need to be. I don't need a throttle body no more. Really pretty simple stuff here we're doing, if we're being honest. It's like that's all because like that increases airflow. You got it. Like I hate not having a massive plenum volume that just suck, and then like air resistance is massively reduced as a result. You know, I just don't want throttle bodies because like that's an oscillation of pressure waves, and if I create the right little air intake manifold, which I was like, oh yeah, no. So like this is like a ridge that's like angled towards the rear, and then that one is too, and then this one is for front. That one's for the front, and then I have like a little air intake on the side, and like that basically means on the top, if I create these little lips down, it angles it up, it angles it down. I get basically the middle, the rear, and it's all about timing. You know, like, oh, it's kind of curving. This is gonna have like little slats, but then it's like it's got slots, like air gaps in it that are tailored to basically create a nice little vortex log. Okay, you want to sideways. You want that drag to come into the air intake, which is just a velocity stack. It's a cone. That's I don't know why they call it a stack. I don't even know why they call it a velocity stack, but it's just a cone that like travels to the size of the freaking port. So it's really silly that they call it a velocity. But cool names are cool. Yeah. But like you put your port injection in there and do that whole thing, and that's all you got to do. It's like whoosh, it spins, it sucks it in, opens. Oh, I created a localized higher pressure zone. That drag actually becomes a good thing as it like creates a velocity above it. And then it's like, oh, I'm like now trying to get curved in, and I've got like this little solid flat piece, but I'm not sticking it above all the other slots. It's actually just there, and like it's a flat piece that then goes into the cone. So it's like it's a even height with like before where the slots are gonna be, where the holes in the slots are really, which are really slots in the slanted piece really, which is really I'm not even gonna try and be weird about it. It's like I just stick a stupid like flat piece of steel, small little sucker, like sheet steel, and then cut some, you know, slots in it, and it's got to be that basically. I only need 3 of them too. Like that's it. It's like, oh, I create like a nice little drag, and then it sucks in. I got this flat part, and it's like, oh, I'm getting sucked in. I'm and slam on that part, and then that goes back in. Create a nice little, very increased, pressure area basically that increases the amount of, air I get in. Anyways, then it's like, all right, so as it comes out, because air's speed, maintain, blah, 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 conservation, momentum, mass, blah, 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 blah. It's a pressure wave as far as I'm concerned. It's just like bounces off, comes off the slot, it still wants to follow the angle. And it's like, oh, this thing is going to redirect that downwards. but it can't hit number 2 that easily. And so, like, it kind of just angles and spreads itself out over the entirety of that intake manifold. And as the other one heads up on the other sides, it's like going to curve in from the other sides. It's like it's still a round piece, dude. And then like this one's just a flat piece, and so that one's going to bounce off the top, and like that one creates a nice little pressure wave that goes back down towards number 2. I've got a number 3 taken care of. This one curves in. It tries to wrap itself back towards number 1 and number 2. But like, I also have this ginormous air intake side. It's basically just like an easy way to get rid of vacuum pressure problems at the side, rear, that kind of thing, because it's a huge volume you can take in. And it's like, oh, right, yeah, but then I also like just kind of forced more air pressure towards this 1 and 2 and 3 area, where you have like an air intake, and then it's like also, but that also increases air pressure for number 4, just because like that's compressing more air in that area, and that is now basically going to want to open. And it's like, oh, right, uh-oh. And it's like, number 3, oh, wow, you shouldn't have. Lots of suck force. Give me the suck force. I also curved it in by catching it with this slot, and then it's like coming in and curving in with extra pressure. And then like I have more extra pressure here. It's a lot of extra pressure, actually. Suck force. It's like, all right, push in more air, lots more air, getting more air. Over here, over here, over here. Okay, you have a V8. That's not bad. V8s are easy enough to do. Basically just create a similar design. Just put it through the bottom, and then like that one goes up. That one bounces off the top and then comes back down. Instead of the side, it goes up and it goes down. And that one's from the front, and then more pressure. And it's like, I always need the top, right? And it's like, no, I need it to not do that skippy thing. I need that pressure wave skip thing. If I do it from the top, it's like, actually, it skips from the bottom. I don't want the bottom to be a skip. Like, I need that oscillation part that makes a pressure wave come in. And so, diversion, otherwise known as, not really diversion, is called dispersal and pressure. I basically make and maintain a constant, never-ending oscillation of pressure and all these little freaking places, which is now a resonance, but it's a resonance of all frequencies, which is such a fucking wow, that's great, but like, it's just an intake manifold. It's really easy to make, and then I shove in like my, port injections and my methane injectors that are injecting my acetylenes, and now I've got my super awesome coal injectors, ramping up air pressure. And then this is the real issue, actually, that I have with my engine design. Like, everything super works great. It's fine. The real issue is I go from, with this new air intake, all this super fast air velocity, all this super freaking cool ways of it's like I go from like 2,000 RPM to like 25,000 RPM if I want to push it that hard, and like a couple hundred milliseconds. Maybe like more like the 15 is really what that is. But I'm gonna give like some leeway there just in case. But like that's conservative because it's like it should get there so impossibly fast. Which it's like I don't care who you are as a person, uh, uh, sometimes, but like there's no one fast enough to handle that. Like any fucking rev, wee, oh fuck, spin rubber. Otherwise, I'm now traveling way too fast, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, it's like I gotta go up and up and up. There's a problem at this point. I'm. Ooh, you do like a little. You just now suddenly got to a dangerous point where it's like I lost traction. I'm about to be in trouble. At high speeds too, because I can still make way too much torque. Ah. And I get there really ridiculously fast. Still, yeah. Like no matter what, like it's really a dangerous fucking engine. Yeah, but like some people really want that. Some people really need that for some applications. I'm not sure. But the point was, I was just trying to make the fastest, most effective, still very highly efficient engine possible. Because it's like, I don't actually have to worry about extreme material design. Like, honestly. I don't have to worry about like extreme pressures because I'm not going to hit those really. And then I don't really have to hit like any fucking crazy figures of power delivery because I have a power delivery over time. And so it's the ramp up. It's really just what I did was I made a incredibly efficient engine that makes it almost impossible not to have its RPM go up to its top RPM in an inhumanly fast reaction time. It's like, oh, if you do this, it's fine. It's just the ramp up time. Like the materials handle it, everything else handle it. It's like the RPM just can't fucking like be in any way like measured, like you can't throttle that, you can't feather that throttle. It's like 16th of an inch. It's like, oh wow, I just went up like 1200 maybe 2000 RPM, like with like no time. It's just stupid. It's like you have no time to react. And fluidic transmission and all that stuff, it works out, but it's just a scary engine. Like legitimately, it's just a scary engine, especially since like that fucking crazy level of torque increase. It's like wee. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's just torque. It's like I start here, I actually just continue gaining torque. I mean that. My torque doesn't stop gaining. Which, if you don't know, horsepower is going to now exponentially gain. Like, that's the problem because its torque is RPM 52 stuff. It's a basic calculation. And so it's like I have actually increasing torque, and then I have like it's pretty much logarithmic until you get to the end, which is now that exponential part. Whoosh. And it's like, okay. And then like horsepower, starts relatively close, and then there's the crossover point, and then it's like, wee! Too high. It's too damn high. This is too high. This is too high torque. Too high horsepower. Too high. We don't need this. That's with like the non-high flow rate valves I have for my sliding valves. I added my sliding valve tech to it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get my my crankshaft. That's the gear stuff. It basically switches it so that way I just get enough, and then I'm gonna make my like bottom and top end. The double. The the combustion on the bottom and the top. Oh god, I'm gonna like really pour some energy into this turbine. I guess I need. I guess Sterling engine too, and it's like, oh, it's just gonna dump into this, relatively small. Then it gets wider until it gets to the tip. Yeah, for the vortex generating chambers. And it's like, yeah, that makes the sound get resonated and reduce its frequency. And technically, because of the fusel and then sucky force and all that stuffy stuff, it really changed the pitch, frequency. Yeah, and then it's like, I'm really losing a lot of the air to like vortexing, like changing its speed until I get that vacuum, and that vacuum then like kind of like allows for the speed, and then like it still get vortex, and then like it diffuses at the diffusal tip together. And while it gets wider, it really doesn't do that because like the vortexy thing, and it compresses towards the center, and then like you got like speed flow, and then you have like the compression tip, diffusal tip, because it's still gonna resist air, change of motion. And so like that combines, and so that creates a resonance pressure oscillation, like a muffler, and then it's still sucking air out faster and improving efficiency of my turbine. So like it really lowers the volume and frequency, but makes it a very low, long fucking. Anyone can hear you from miles away now. Unlike before, where it was like, kind of stay where it's at. It's relatively high, but relatively low. Like it kind of cacophonies around wherever it is. And then it's like, now it's like, kind of just passes through everything. And it's like, ooh, never endingly. It's a wonderful muffler. Everyone should have this muffler. It's the best muffler. It's the best. It's so nice. Very efficient shape, some would say. Yeah. Very efficient. Yep. Very. But then it's like the high flow is like, holy jeez. Okay. So now it's the tricky tricks of the vortexing side thing, like the thing I'm doing in the pipe. It's like same thing for the cylinder as it comes in. It's like, oh, and then that creates air fuel mixtures, but like really it's just a pocket of air that's not there, that's less dense, and it's like, yeah, that helps suck in more air that then tries to curve, and it's all just like some vortex generator stuff that adds into the vortex, speeding it up, making it more efficient, like sucking in more air. Faster you go, the faster it goes. Like, because you're sucking in air, so like the faster that goes down, the faster that comes in, and the faster it rotates, and the faster it sucks more in. So it's a thing. It actually gets more efficient the faster the RPMs are. How do you do that? Little fins. It's literally all that is. It's just like a little shape to the sliding valve. Like it creates like, oh yeah, you know, it's just a pressure here and a lower pressure there. Wants to add itself to this one over there. It already starts it as just sliding open, so like then it joins in, and then like the full means full like just open, and then like it's coming in and it joins and it spins. Same thing with the bottom. Yeah, with my gear stuff now. Boom, boom, boom. That helps the combustion of the next one, but it's four strike. Yeah, it's a four-stroke cycle. It's four cycle. So it's like instead of two, it's like boom, and then that's exhausting while this is actually pushing this for me as it exploded. Really, at that point. And then it comes back down because I still got a flywheel. I just dynamically shift the fly with a clutch slip because it's like, oh, how much do I actually need for that flywheel? How much load at this RPM to like allow for the compression and exhaust? Well, not that much. Yeah, I know. I need like very little, right? Yeah. Like you have shit tons of torque and horsepower. You don't really need that much. The faster it spins, the better it is at doing it too. More power for me. To go to your wheels that could never handle this much power, baby. Suck it. Meanwhile, me. It's an engine that's terrifying. And it's also me also saying to suck it. It's just back in my head though. It's like, oh my god, this is literally not possible to fucking ever control. No one could ever drive any car with this engine at all. It's impossibly fucking stupidly simple, but it makes too much power and it's a problem now. That's so much power. It's a power problem. I'm like, holy fucking golly. It's starting to, it just ramps up like a fucking beast, you know? Yeah. And it's like, ah. It's too much. It's literally too much. Like legitimately. Like actually, power potential is too far. It'll maintain itself, especially with the bottomers or whatever, you know, because headers, bottomers. But it's like, cool. Like that means for sure it's not gonna blow out the crankcase, you know? Yeah, because like that's compression, you know, of air, you know, really fast. But like, yeah, that's fine. That's actually a good thing, right? Oh yeah, because that makes it more efficient for both. Right. Yeah. And then like, oh, what do you know? Just exhaust. It's like a little flywheel that could, baby. You know, we. Oh God, this is terrifying. Really, I mean it. It's like people should really understand. Like what I created there is like an engine that's insane, like actual insanity. Like I could two-stroke it, and like now I've doubled that power, and I wouldn't even ever need it, like at all. It's like, oh yeah, no. So I'm hitting like 10K like easy. You know, like can I get more? Let's like 50%. You know that shit, and then like never-endingly create that problem, and then more fucking like, you know, just faster burning. Let's advance timing. Why not at this point? We finally got the fuel to get the advanced timing because we finally allowed for, that to still give me push. Because I haven't even advanced timing yet. Time to advance some timing, add some more push, make some more fuel happen, explosively do these things. Like, not detonatedly, explosively. Let's just two-stroke that sucker. Whee! 50k RPM, here we go. Piston velocities are too damn high. Sir, we're gonna die. Yeah. It's a good thing I have something that goes, nah, don't let you fucking go through this. Fuck off. Just make that power for me. I have, like, gear resistance. Hey, can that, like, handle that? Oh, yeah. Like, really? Oh, yeah, no, I can handle that. That's a problem. Really? Yeah, I was really hoping to break the crankshaft. Like, the gears have many teeth, and it can handle that. They're good gears. Piston velocities are fine, I guess, for what the gear changes are. Well, see, that's the thing. Yeah. You just add the momentum from one to another. Yep. It's really all that is. Like, for this, it's like a switch from the original design you just heard to, like, oh, yeah, no, they're always moving for down, they're moving for down. For up, they're moving for up. It switches from 2 gears, which is now 4 gears. Those are now moving for the down, and then those are then slipped off for the up, and then, So, well, I mean, timing is a way to put that, but it's not really so much timing. It's really just making sure that, like, it's just not going to engage, and so that, like, slips it off, but then that's still adding itself to the flywheel main, like, combination thing. Yeah. It's like that up goes to that, like, internal, and then that, down goes to this external. Those internal, external go to one singular, and that one singular is our flywheel. Tubes within a tube. Tube. So brilliant! Now piston velocities go higher! Oh, God. Hey, yay! Do you know how terrifying this is? Like, legitimately. It's like, oh, we should go for it. Yeah, but, like, 50k, like, actual 50k, and then, like, it's actually still gaining torque. Yeah. And it's still exponentially gaining horsepower. I don't know of a single flywheel clutch setup that would ever handle this. Ever. I can't make that fucking, but whatever. We're going for it. Drop it at 50k. See what happens. Gonk. That's a different one than clunk. Yeah, I know, right? Gonk. Like, someone probably died. Like, honestly, like, that thing destroys your like, dunk. Oh! Whatever that hits is over there. Someone's over there. 4! God damn it. Ugh. I need so many plates just to save people, like hardened steel, man. Anyways, But like, no, there you go. It's like it's done pretty much to me. It's advanced timing, and then like I'm using still my carbon balls, which are really easy to make actually, and then that's explosive once you get up to that level of advanced timing for like, oh, I have the start of the burn. Now I have plasma. Oh, you have plasma? You're compressing? Hi there. Are you sure? Oh my god, why are you pushing in that? No! Boom! Because, like, once you get that amount of compression, even if you have that amount of heat, it's the pressure that creates, like, a forceful combination of carbon dioxide and carbon and oxygen, and carbon dioxide, that is. But then it like explosively decomposes like everything again. And then it's like, hey, exothermic continuation. Boom. Oh, great. Oh. Like, my gosh. Yeah, because like, oh, fucky shit. What was that? That's thermal resistance. Yeah, no, there's heat. There's a massive amount of heat from the frictional problem that is happening. It's like, oh, it did a weird dippy thing, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's what you see with your brakes. Like as steel, like it's really hot, and then it slips, and it's like that suddenly increase, and then it kind of like stopped doing that. Yeah, it's like it slipped, and then it's like, okay, that's actually kind of good. Actually, not that good. Yeah, because it's like, look at this vortexing air and trying to cool it off. Do you even have enough time for it to transfer heat to anything? And it's like, it's just frictional heat. I'm like gaining that heat from the frictional heat into the vortexing. Ugh. Uh, yeah, no, that's a sliding valve thing. It's a hemisphere. It's a whole. And you know how vortex generators work. Anyways, and then like that's another problem because when you see that little like weird woo, ooh, it didn't though, like a sudden bump like in horsepower and torque, but then it like kind of like goes and falls back down and it like kind of comes over and comes back up again. It's the frictional problem. It's a frictional problem. It's like I lost friction and then I massively caused a problem. Like it's still good. Like the cylinder looks good, you know, like all that. But like that's a weird detonation kind of issue. Like I'm causing a fractional problem of like a fractional detonation that just ignores itself, creates a kind of temporary point where it'll go back up to, but then get compressed into the vortex. So it's like it comes in, compresses, oh, vortex, because the vortex compresses, and then like it's cooling, and then like heating, and then kind of a detonation problem, compression ignition, but then it gets, oh, I pushed inwards, got sucked into, temporarily stall the center vortex, and then like it comes out into and then disperses its heat into the vortex. And that's why it does that little, and it's like, because like then it stops, like literally it like does that extra and then it like stops and then it goes, oh fuck, it still keeps climbing, oh god, and it's just always doing this weird like little kind of zigzag thing as it pretty much patterns itself with like a version of that one way or another. Increasing pressure, hey, increasing torque, hey, because I don't really mind having it be a plasma, like In fact, it makes it easier to make it a plasma when it's under pressure and higher heats. High flow is a problem now, which isn't actually a problem, but it's a problem in the sense that I'm terrified of my engine. But it's like hit the 50K and it's like, where's the drop off? I was like, there's technically still not a drop off. It's like I'm still gaining and I just limited the fuel. I was like, I'm good. I hit 50K. I don't need no more. I'm good. This is fine. I don't like this. This is dangerous. Everything about my engine is dangerous. It's like, wee. You're looking in this so in every way, dude. Do you know how fucking much problems that is? It's like, what the hell is that doing? It's like, honestly, how are you not exploded yet? How are you not exploding? Like, I want to know how it's not exploding. Like, every time I'm like, how the fuck did you not explode? What is this? Why is this still producing more and more torque? What kind of fucking. God damn, it just self regulates its pressure for its fucking detonation style? Like, it increases its detonation. Yeah, that's what it's doing. It's like, as it goes up in speed, it has to, like, detonate faster and faster. But it's like, it's not, then it's exploding after a point. And it's like, that's the thing I'm seeing. It's like, oh, wait, what? Yeah, no, it's like, oh, a little bit, and then a little bit more, and then a little more, and then a little more, and then a little more, 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 a little more. It's just always doing that. It's always a little bit more fast. It's always a little bit more detonation, always a little bit more pressure. It's just always a little more. It's always just a little more. And like the velocity of the pistons are like getting to a point where it's like, uh-oh, I have stretched the shit out of this. Like, legitimately, it's like, this is limits of material, right? And it's like, a little more. That's it. Like, I've got like 55K, and that is solidly line limit for like some forged pistons. Yeah. Which, all one piece construction, that's why. Right, yeah, no, why wouldn't you just. Right, yeah. Fuck. That's a Jesus fucking no. Like, no, why is it always a little more? It just improves efficiency. The faster it goes, it improves efficiency for that like explosive reaction. Oh, which is like, hey, so you were looking exactly for that for your fucking goddamn torque. And it's like, still climbing. Get up to 50, and I'm like, nah. It's there. It's just it. I'm not doing more. I'm not. I'm never gonna do more. Like, legitimately, you should stop. It's like 80 to 90% of like your actual fucking material design. Like, even hardened steel with hardened forged piston things, sleeves, all that stuff. It's like, that's a lot of reduced friction, but still, it's not that much reduced friction once you get to that point, Yeah. And it's like, it's done. I don't want to do more. I don't. But other people have fun. How much fucking horsepower? Don't tell me 100,000s. It's an exponential problem, actually. Yeah. Really, it's a genuine exponential problem. So, like, it's like 25K is like 10,000, man. That's the problem with the exponential problem. Like, exponential gain is a real issue. It's like, oh, horsepower crossed, and then it just started fucking massively. Just what the fuck? just increases exponentially. But it's like it's really honestly an exponential curve. Straight up like fucking golly. And it's like, oh, double it. So it's like 10, but an exponential curve is not doubling, right? Like torque isn't doubling, it's still fucking just climbing and practically exponential. It's more of like a consistent slope. But horsepower exponentials. Which is orders of magnitude. So it's like you have to multiply by 10. I have like over the 100,000 horsepower now. Which it's like, that's a stupid fucking. I never. I'm totally putting that in a helicopter and like flying around. Whee! Meanwhile, I talked about it while I wasn't recording. Got hair in my mouth again. God damn it. I wasn't recording. I was like, I'm planning on like having a world record where I'm gonna calculate like, you know, for like air pressure, density, weather, all these things for like the optimal, all this stuff, you know, place to do it. And then it's like, you know, the fucking pilot's gotta like just fucking hope. Really? No, the engine's fine. It's just like it's gonna be cold and you need to like absolutely like have it pressurized and everything. Yeah. So like, and then not for nothing, but I'm calculating for updrafts and increased air wind density and stuff like that. Bree is still going. I should not have fucking done this. They're fucking goddamn helicopter pilot. I'm not a fucking goddamn space flight. Meanwhile, it's like, you're gonna get back down. It's okay. It's on the walkie-talkie. You're still in the atmosphere. Don't worry. Meanwhile, the poor pilot here. Holy shit. It's so high up. What the fuck? This is terrifying. Yeah, I got the power for it though. Yeah, over 100K. I'm like, yeah, that's legitimately what that turns into. Really? Yeah, because it's like the explosive rate. Yeah, and the exothermic after a certain point. It's an exponential curve on that one. Right, yeah. Especially since it's like, I need less and less and less flywheel. I need less and less and less exhaust, really. Being able to, like, be here versus there. Because I actually need that fucker to exhaust, which gives me a greater and greater turbine efficiency, vacuum efficiency. Stirling is only going to be so good. That's the heat is what it is. But like that turbine, it's now producing greater and greater and greater and greater and greater and greater amounts of. I literally can't even use that for electricity. And so like I have to combine it into something. Otherwise it's like my turbine breaks. I need to slow it down. Really? Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that's balance for 200,000. Meanwhile, me, 200,000. That's it. Just 200. You know, I would maybe. Could you maybe do 3? No. You shouldn't even get the 2. So that's a bad thing. Okay, I was doing that. No. No! Come back here! Stop with your helicoptering. Whee! The stupidest helicopter anyone's ever... Like, think, basically, like, you know how quadcopters have, like, incredibly powerful torque monsters of, like, electric motors? That's what I have here. I actually can't make helicopter blades that don't just break if I fuck up the engine, like, ramp up speed. So it's super precisely controlled at that point. It's like... Just slightly. That's all I'm gonna do. But it's like when you do that, you know, when you like put it like a very low, like you have like you play around with only this rev range, you know, but like you have ultra preciseness to that. That's it's like you know all that kind of stuff. And what that means for me and any pilot, it's like, oh, I can now do stupid things I should never do with a fucking helicopter. It's like, oh, I'm gonna suddenly ramp up, drop down, fucking, you know, hit it sideways, just ramp up again. It's like, what the fuck am I even doing over here? I dropped. Yeah, woo! What the fuck is that stupid thing? It's like, that's a cabin. It's just rotating around the fucking blades because I have the power to do that. It's just, it's vertical. It's just rotating around. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I call it a vortex, I guess. It's so dangerous. Yeah, no, you're never supposed to do that. Woo, 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 woo. Ah! Oh, that's dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. Yeah. Fun as fuck. You should try it. I'll never try that. It's a helicopter with you at all, huh? No! Get out of here! Shit. Meanwhile, even seasoned helicopter pilots, nah, I'm good. Kind of want to try though. Go for it. How'd you do it? You have to get in the thing and learn how to do it. I don't do that. I'm not doing it. What the fuck are you? What the fuck? Just corkscrewing around. Whee! Okay. This is fucking bitch and a half on your body. Oh yeah. Yeah, real dizzy every time. No matter what. Yeah, God. Whew. Have fun though. You're gonna learn this. You have more than enough altitude to do it. Holy Christ. Ooh. What did you get to? A world record of some like stupid amounts of feats. I don't care anymore. Honestly, wonderful pilot. It was a promotional tool for the engine. It's what that really was. Also, right conditions, wonderful, like pilot, engine, whole thing, you know. So like, but like, you know, the top freaking thing average is probably in the 55,000, 75,000 range. Well, you gotta fucking know. I love that though. Personally, I mean that. But like, have fun. Whoever's like, you know, gonna have to deal with FAA traffic and stuff. Yeah, or whatever it is. I forget what it is. Point is, you got real high. It's just a lot of feet to deal with. gotta be a pressurized cabin no matter what if you have one of these things strapped there. But it's like, you gotta have a turbine, right? And I'm like, well, no, there is a turbine on that. No, I mean like a turbine. Hey. I said, which I know what you meant, but it's like, yeah, no. So how do you make it like? Because you're like, it's so unreliable, and I'm like, well, well, not anymore. Back when I started, but in the Chandler house, it was like not reliable. Like now, it's like stupid reliable. It's just lots of fucking torquey fucking horsepower. That's my only real issue with it. It's just scary, actually, to drive the damn thing, use the thing, any of those things. But what I'll say is, um, turbines are, you know what I mean? Like they're very simplistic. And what they lack is a benefit from their momentum, like for the air flow through. Like turbines are massively inefficient as a result of that, and I hate that. So it's like I designed, yeah, a turbine, but like it's a turbine. It's a turbine, but it's not a turbine, but it's a kind of a turbine. You know what I mean? It's like it's a turbine, but kind of not a turbine. So as it intakes, like I have spindles, little blades that are, trying to suck air in, right? But it's into a tube. But then I have like little arms that are attached to these, you know, piston heads that you talked about in your other things. Yeah, they'll come out later. It was on my Google Drive for everyone. Now it's like, nah, it's just private. But like, it's still on my Google Drive, and I still have the journal, and then it will be coming out later on the YouTubes. But effectively, it's like a wooden wheel spokes, and it's like it's meant to seal around the edges and like basically create a pocket that's, hey, this is high compression, extremely high compression, but then it's like because of the centripetal forces, it's like I got a tube with the tube, got my tube within a tube, real tubey, because I've got tubes within the tube, inside of a tube, sucking in air for use. A couple of rows of that, just sucking in that air, just compressing it, and then it goes and explodifies, but a little bit of exhaust is captured, and that increased pressure and heat on the outside, which is like a supercharger a little bit, and then I'm adding more air, but like, no, I need to make this part over here a 9 and 3 respectively, add more air to it, just straight air, no fuel yet. Got heat, I got more air, I got a little bit of exhaust, it's okay. Anyways, it goes up to the top, and then like that's just like it opens up where it says fuel can happen and like air can happen. Fuels and chemicals. Now I have chemical reactions, exothermic reactions. It pushes it down. As it slightly opens on the bottom, it's hitting the top of the previous one, and that's diverting it off slightly into this other little ring thing. It's got a little tube again. All these have a bunch of tubes. So like that comes off, but then it's like that's gonna push it down, but not like that well. You know what I mean? But it's kind of pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty amazing. Like, it's a pretty good force that it pushed it into. but it's like it's diverting it, and then it's like eventually it opens up though, and then the air escapes just a little, and then it seals off because the valve, which is not really a valve, it's really just an opening that has like basically like a triangle ramp, whatever. Honestly, it looks a little bit like a pussy. I'm not even gonna lie, it looks like a vagina. It does. Like it's got little lips that it fucking like is getting real close to, for the piston heads. So that way it seals it, and then that exhausts, but it's only so much that it can exhaust. And so like I actually want some of that, and because like it's not fully sealing off, even though it's sealed off to that side, it's still got an air pocket for it to push into for the other side that has come finally full circle to the point where it's like, oh, I'm now looking for another extra push to go up. Oh, because of the curvature, and then it slips off into that, and then like you have the next one coming down really quickly, and that's pushing you up, which was pushing you up as it was trying to get to the exhaust, expanding, and then it exhausts, and then it like, oh, what do you know? I have basically the next one pushing. Oh wow, yeah, God. And it's like, all right, and then get to the extra air, remembers? I have extra, this is just literally hole right there. It's now like spinning, this tube. Tube gets air pushed out to sides, pressure, lots of volume, small area. Go psh. Now pushes actually continue more air for also compression heat, cools off exhaust, but now I have air to burn, but also I have much more pressure, much more heat. Then I like add more air in the center as it goes around, and then it like also has like diesel injection because rotational inertia, centripetal centrifugal injector of just spray fuel. Big explosion. Then it like pushes down and go push up the sides, pushing up, going and speeding it up faster, 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 self-regulating the system. Yeah, and it's like I have no valves, technically. In fact, this latch only allows it to open up to spray and fuel when it finally gets to this point. It's just like a latch, and it's like not really a latch. But it is. But it's like it's really that axle has a little bump on it, and so like that's sliding over, and then you go boop, and it's like bump. But it's like a push rod, and it's like, well, yeah, I could do that, but then I was like, it's really just an electrical contact that allows for like that to just go like, you know what I mean? That's all that is. Like, cause like that's super easy to make. But then I was like, contacts and this and that, like that sounds stupid. We don't even need that. I only need a hole that's in the middle of my other valve outer hole. And then it finally releases some fuel. And now I'm done. Because like I don't need to ever worry about anything else. And then this pretty much just rotates a fucking stupidly easy like axle. It's not complex. It's literally just a straight fucking like hard like hollow because I can't make. Well, it has X's in it. Like X's. Diagonals, like the diagonal to another diagonal. And then it makes an X like zigzags, but then X's. X's, yes. Because it torsions. It's a very incredibly fast ramp up. Like it'll start off relatively slow, but not that slow. And then it goes, wee, And it's like, that was a really cool engine. It makes 100,000 horsepower. This makes 100,000 horsepower in no time flat, really, it feels like. It's got way more 100K. The RPMs are insane. Faster RPM, the faster it wants to go. The faster the RPM, the faster it wants to go. Faster the ramp up, the faster. And it's like, yeah, no, and there's the, exhaust problem. It's really inefficient with that exhaust. Like, where's all this heat going? And it's like, well, no, the heat's fine. I mean, kinda, honestly. Like, it's a couple ceramics. I mean, it's diesel. It's a detonation, then explosive, and then dump carbon in if I really want to. And then star charger, and the whole process is over and done with. Like, you already know about that stuff, like for the pistons. So it's like same thing. Increased pressures, and I can handle the pressures. I don't need to worry about, boom, I now have to change my momentum. Boom, I have to change. No. I totally want that to just not do anything, but just continue increasing the same thing I'm doing. Just do the thing more faster. Faster. I don't give a shit about you at all. Like, for the pressures, the heaties, just the torsional more than anything at this point. Yeah. It's like it ramps up so fast, and it's like everything did. Very thick tube. Yeah, it's a, well, yeah, a little bit. Tapering, there's a bunch of stuff that I had to do with that. Like, there's rigidities, increasing, like fuller designs to increase, like, rigidities, and then, like, tapering, and that's a big part of that. It's just not very easy to, like, not basically fucking turn this into a fucking beast. Like, just two logs will literally make enough power to send, like, anything to kind of, like, space. Like, 500,000 horsepower, that's easy. Let me do that. Yeah. But my exhaust is, it's just annoying, because it's like, what am I doing with all this heat loss that I'm not fucking keeping around? And, like, do I have any turbines? Because that's a lot of fucking pressurized hot gas getting more pressurized hotter, well, up to the point where it can't do it anymore, and then more flow. Like, huge amounts of flow. Like, large amounts of airflow. Oh. Really? Yeah, it's a wind generator from hell. It's literally producing shit tons of thrust. Oh, I need to slow that down. Yeah, and, like, also, I need to direct it. Yeah, no, because, like, that's thrust. And, like, yeah, no, but I also got heat. Well, that's thrust. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, sure, I suppose you could do that. More efficiency is my name of the game. Can you even use a Stirling engine for, like, this? I'm like, yeah, no, it gets way more efficient the higher up you go. It's like way hotter, way colder, comparatively. Like, you're way suddenly much hotter. You're way suddenly much colder. Yeah, I'm really just much colder. I'm like, yeah, well... Technically speaking, because of that whole system, it does start to get much hotter. Yeah, that turbine, shit, yeah. I'm like, can you, like, build me something much better than what you build? I can. I need, like, definitely, like, 4,000 C. No. Oh, I hung up on you. No, I have to build it myself. Oh, so I did. material design master now. In every way, I hate material designs. Would you use composite metamaterials? It's a problem. I don't like talking about like stuff I really just don't want people to steal like at all ever. Like I'm the like literal singular only manufacturer of this stuff at that point. It's like, nah, get out of here. I'm not telling you how I make this. We can buy it from you. Yeah, that whole helicopter. You know what he built with his? I should tell them about that. I'm like, hey, you remember that 3D printer I was gonna do? I was like, I know how to make ceramic glass that's like insulative, and oh, by the way, fuses with the stainless steel iron because like it's an iron. You have aluminum and like glass stuff. I'm able to make that, but it's like not glass, it's ceramic. And it's like, then I made all one piece construction. No, yeah. And then it was like, oh, the hotter you go, the more it resists, and definitely the less you get for getting into it. For the circuits and everything that they were trying to go after. 5 years in, they were like, I still haven't gotten into it. And it's like, there's angle grinders coming out. Grrr, oxy settling towards this. Psh, getting nowhere with it. Jesus Christ. Which is like ablative material. I wish ablative. I know. That would have been easy. I could just ablate it away. This fucker makes total fuck yous because it actually gets hotter or harder the hotter it gets. And in fact, genuinely does a whole bunch of other trickery to basically say, you think you can move that angle grinder? You think you can fucking like actually produce something hard enough to hit me? Like it's not brittle at all, turns out, with the way I do it. They keep banging against something. I had someone blow it up, like genuinely, like boom, huge explosive. They never found the thing. I'm convinced it went to space, considering the explosives they used. I mean that. Like, I'm convinced, because, like, nobody found it. So it's either vaporized or space. And I'm like, it's probably space, honestly. Considering there's a very wonderful just camera pointing at a satellite from another satellite, the whole thing, that has a espresso maker just obliterating the satellite. Just whoosh, just continues going. I guess they should have planned for that. The people on the ground blowing up my espresso maker to try and get into it. It did actually land on the moon. I'm not kidding. It did take a circuitous route, circuitous route, not circuitous, to the moon. Like, really? Oh, yeah, it got there eventually. It was like, wee, woo. Why am I gaining speed? What is going on? What is happening? No. There's no way. What's going on? Uh-oh. I'm gravitationally slingshotting off of some fucking, like, satellites right now. They're just coming through. Hey, I'm gonna gravitationally just take that from you. Bye. I'm not a dick. I'm not a dick. They're the dick that blew up my espresso. Meanwhile, it's just like, It's really just a bunch of incredible precision that they did, I guess. Luck or something. Yeah. But anyways, it's like and then satellite starts entering the atmosphere and it's like, yeah, that's too bad. I had nothing to do with it, really. Then it goes another one and another one, and then whoa, hold your horses. It's going. It's going much further this time. What the hell did it hit? Just something like, what happened? And it's like, oh, that satellite has an electromagnetic fucking thing on it. It like just repulsed the shit out of it. It was like, boom. Okay, jeez. Meanwhile, I look at that and I'm like, you got pushed pretty hard. How fucking strong is that? Like, legitimately, I want to know what your satellite. I'm not allowed to know what that satellite is. Apparently, I'm not allowed to know at all. Meanwhile, my coffee maker. I'm on a live stream, by the way, like watching that with other folks who are all just tuned in to like, let's see if it's gonna hit the moon. We're like pointing our little radars and everything, just tracking the shit out of it. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. Oh my god, it's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. Boom! It made it. I see the plume. There's like big old telescope. We have a telescope. It's a whole thing. Really? Oh yeah, no, that was easy. But it's like, oh wow, that's a fucking dust cloud for sure. Mm-hmm. That's for sure. It's like, what are we doing anymore? I don't know, but somebody shot my fucking goddamn espresso maker to the moon. And I'm seeing glinting in a solid espresso maker, so don't know what to tell you. I am though. It's like, it's why is it still solid? It's like, I don't know. It entered at terminal velocity. Boom. Just there now. Who wants espresso on the moon? And then I'm like, well, okay, so that's a fucking jeez. All right. They must have really wanted something in there. And I'm like, yeah. They wanted my circuitry designs. You know, I'm like, why? They're not that hard to make, right? And it's like, we know for a fact that can't be done, and you're doing something. And I'm like, you should really find my $250 one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I had in that place, it was like a $250 one that was running off of a AA battery. Even harder to break into. All the metamaterials, all the fucking shit. And it's like, oh, it runs off a AA battery? And it's like, you almost never need to change it. Boiler, all thing, yeah. And if it's like, that was $250. I was talking about my other one. It was like 50, 150, and then because that one was 200, and it's like too close to the other price. So I had to drop it to 150. And I was like, I'm still making profit, but not really the profit I would like on that. Yeah. But it's pretty good profit. And then it's like $500. It's a small little machine too. Small little fucker. I mean, all of them are small, truthfully, but like this is the smallest design, and it's like just stick it in with the cup and everything, and like woo AA battery on the go, and someone using it every day. I don't even know how many times a day, so like 6 or something. I don't know if I believe him or not, but like he does do it, so like I have to believe him, and jeez, yeah. But he's not the only one that makes claims like that, so it's not just the one, like a one-off. It's like actually like a lot of people are using it that have bought it, and it's like it stuck the AA. Why do I need to plug this thing in? I don't. No, actually. But I mean, you don't really need to. A bunch of quantum tunnel effects and amplificatory quantum positional effects, field effects. Lots of effects. Makes it extraordinarily uh, just efficient, like stupidly efficient. Yeah, but it's like that. Then it was only 250. Now I have a new 250. Right? Yeah, which isn't like all those other things. So like, because you have to research and develop to get to there. And I was like, right. And then like the 250 is now the 150. Because it's like, and now the 150, I guess, is going to be your 50. Yeah, that's probably how that would end up working. And I have a set up a 4. I can keep a 50 and a 50. But then why the hell would I ever make that? I know. So it's like 3, you know? So it's like 150, 150, 250. And so like, that's $250 for this tiny little fucking espresso maker that still has the water inlet. Okay. With like hyper efficiencies and oh my god, what the hell is this? Like it's just like the previous 250, but like stupidly efficient, smaller, and like really awesome. Actually, I really like the color. Yeah, no, like that is a fucking brilliant design. Thank you. I appreciate. Like people love looking at the insides and like also the designs and everything. It's a beautiful, still the mosaic-y, kind of iridescent-y thing. And then it's like I got all these wonderful nice little like because I made it silent. The other ones you'd hear that stuff. Like this, no silent. And nothing's gonna fail for so fucking long. Like I don't see how it could. Like they're vacuum, magnetic bearings. So like and it with an axle. So it's like the magnetic bearings, but then it's a vacuum. But it's like two motors that make it so that way like it's able to spin basically independent as it like tries to what do you call that? It's trying to do the thing where it sucks itself together electromagnetically attraction. Thank you. And then it's repulsing and then it's spinning and torquing and so it's doing all of that at once and amplifying things doing that and it's like it's just pumping the water still through. And it's like it's very sealed. Like it's 100% massively sealed, constructive, one piece, just put together design. And it's like just put your cup there, put your buttons there, enjoy your lungo, espresso, whatever, you know? And like wonderfully efficient. Hyper too efficient for what they think it should be doing. And it's like, that's cool. You think you way, I think my way. Quantum damn bastards. Meanwhile, it's just like it's really gorgeous the look. The damn thing's small and it's so cute and adorable. You can take it, put it anywhere. It's just like, oh yeah, I got this espresso maker on my desk. It's just like to make espresso. It's like, yeah, yeah, but like your grinder is actually fairly decently not terribly loud. Yeah, so like it's like, oh, how did you do that? And it's like there's a lot of resonant chambers and then like deadening areas in the design. So I didn't talk about, but I didn't want to. Yeah, that's the truth. It's like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about this. This is kind of annoying. Yeah, because like It's really annoying to me. Like resonant chambers and sound deadeners, which are really just like baffles that like break up the sounds into, because the majority of the frequencies I can just tune it are in a particular frequency area, for any grind, practically it's like this kind of area. So it's like, and then I just set it up for that, and it's pretty good to go. It's like a very low sound, very mellow, chill, easy to listen to. It's a great grinder actually, but like I'm sure you can make a better one, or someone else can. I mean, they might be able to actually. It was just like just construct quick, manufacture out, make it really good. Maybe not the best, but maybe the best right now. You know what I mean? But like that espresso maker, stupidly hyper efficient. It's a problem. Like thermodynamics, like don't allow this, and I'm like, no, 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 they do. Yeah, amplify, baby, with the world around you. The cosmic will give you energy. The ether. Oh yes. Field theories are amazing, actually, for that. I know. Really? Yeah. But it's like, get out, I hate you all. No, I'm not telling you, go away. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, no, that's literally what that is. I'll never tell anyone. That's what that is. Ever. But it's stupidly hyper efficient. And that's really all it's meant for. And like, oh right, I never finished 6 cups of espresso, big ones, a day, and it's like every day, and they're going on like about 2 years in, so pretty efficient. So the same double A. I'm getting there. I'm trying to get my perpetual, but like I'm not there yet. It's still just really efficient right now. Really? Yeah, yeah. You can't really always make things happen the way you want. I mean, I basically designed a perpetual, kinda. It's not though. It's gonna break down. There's vacuum decay. It's quasi particle fusion with like the wormhole stuff on the inside. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like a perpetual. Yeah, it takes a lot of energy in the beginning, but it will eventually outpace the energy it took to make it. So. But that's not how perpetual works. It's like just sort of starts and never stops. That kind of thing. Right? Yeah. But it's not perpetual. It will break down eventually. You do need to replace parts. It's not perfect. Even with that wormhole skin, it's like just really, 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 really exceedingly long lasting. Because there's quantum tunnel effects. That's right. There you go. It's like eventually it'll quantum tunnel through and just damage something. And it's like, oh. But it'll take a really long time to replace anything on it. You know what I mean? Quantum tunnel effects and a perpetual is what you're after now? You have a perpetual. I don't have a perpetual. And it takes a bit of energy to fucking make it work. So, like, that's not perpetual. I'm there later on, but, like, not right now. He's like, I don't have a perpetual. Meanwhile, like, every other person in the world would probably say that's a perpetual. It's like that lasting forever. What's the problem? I mean, it's taking energy from quasi particles, and fusing, and the heat from that, and eventually there'll be a quantum tunnel effect, and I make a lot of. Actually, technically, with that wormhole part, it's like I have the ability to create enough like gas here to literally, and any other up to iron, really. Yeah, like I can make a universe with how long it lasts. I can literally create all of the current observable universe that we have completely. Yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make. It's like it'll just keep going, but it's not perpetual. Like I do have to replace things. Yeah, I'll just create another universe for people, I guess, while we wait. For her to watch to see it break down. Meanwhile, it's like that's that's adhering to the rules. It outlasts the universe. You created another one. It does take some energy, but it just seems to keep going. It will eventually break down. It does take energy to start it, so like that's a thing. It doesn't just go by itself. Oh, they have one that does. Don't you fucking dare! What? Why? Oh no, it builds up. It's a whole thing. Eventually, I get my wormhole warping skin thing on the inside, and easier fusion stuff. It's grabbing particles, creating a little bit, and then I have to drain it out, and it does that. It builds up, builds up, builds. And back to normal operation. Ow. The It's not perpetual, it's using something else for energy. That's one of the main caveats they have. Meanwhile, started from nothing though. You're a dick. It's so close. He's like, I won't give it to you because it uses other things for energy. That's so stupid. On technicality, I got it. Woohoo! It does. I mean, technically, it's quantum particles. They're always going to be there. Yeah, no, I know. You can't really get rid of that. Nah. It's just stupid. Yeah, no, it's technically a perpetual. It's not technically, though. Yeah. Yeah, no, like, that's the problem. It's like, technically, it's really barely a perpetual. It produces more energy than you put into it because you put in no energy. Although there is the energy it takes to like make the thing, which no one ever talks about. Yeah, but like it'll get past that, so it doesn't matter very quickly. Yeah, it starts from no interactions. Yeah, it's true. It's a. I don't want to get into that. Actually, you guys might use that to like a real bad thing later. But that's a really simplistic design. Yeah, simple. Real simple. Simple. So simple. Didn't take me like fucking really long time to get to there. It's not perpetual. It will run out. It will break down. It'll take like several gazillion. I don't even know what that number is anymore. It's ridiculous. Like Googles to Googles to Googles. Eulers to Eulers to Eulers to Eulers. Really? Yeah, because I'm like, oh, I saw a quantum tunnel over here, huh? Well, yeah, I'm just gonna like move you. You're no longer like damaging anything, and I'll just put something there, so it self repairs itself. It's not hard to make that do that, by the way. We're talking universe lifetimes, yeah. I would just seed another universe, another universe, another universe, another universe. Just create another one, 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 just create another. Just make another one, just make another one, make another one, make another one, make another one. I guess I'll just make them like this. I'll make them like that. I'll make them like that. I'll make them like this. Meanwhile, another universe, another universe, another universe, another universe, another universe. Hey, this is boring. Theoretically, all the fucking particles should quantum tunnel outwards all at once, but I have a couple of field effects to really minimize the chance of that happening. Talking about the weakly interacting particle thing that like interacts with the nuclear thing that like basically quantum tunnels like interactions. It's still, let's put it this way. It'll turn a ethanol, okay, compound, chemical, interacts with the heat and everything, and then it causes its exothermic reaction. But then while it combined, it then suddenly quantum tunnels back to being the ethanol, and the oxygens and everything else just were like, okay, well, I'm still exothermically reacted. Guess I'll just go fuck off then, bitch. Didn't want to be with me, huh? And then like that's what it stays to. Really? Yeah, it just stays as ethanol. It's a couple of field interactions and nuclear interactions and stuff like that. So like I basically just do that. It should eventually, it has to hit a point where all of the particles quantum vacuumly tunnel outward and are no longer there. But like it's severely reducing the probability of that. Like how just I mean, yeah, I know. Infinity minus one might as well be what it is, which is still infinity. But it's like you get the picture. It's like just below infinity, whatever that is, I guess. I might get to infinity with that. I know, right? Why? Might? You're not going to. But, like, that's a thing. Well, before infinity. Because infinity's quite big. Yeah. I'm just going to make another one in my one other universe. Make another one, 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 another one. Just gonna exponentially keep creating more and more universes. What are you doing? Nothing. Look away. I'm not doing any of that at all. What you think you are? Maybe gonna find out that I'm doing bye past infinity. Shucks, I'm here, folks. Oh, you're a douche. All right, I'm done. Bye bye.